sorry, can I just ask which person is Mrs. Tanswell? She's outside, okay. So we can't start yet, hang on. until we got everyone into the council chamber. If I can begin by inviting everyone to stand as they're able for the singing of our national anthem, and we'll be the choir this evening. Well, thank you, everyone. And as we begin this evening's council meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that this is the last council meeting for our council page. Victoria Perak. Victoria's going on to university, and I see you brought a member of your fan club. Your mom's up in the audience this evening, and so we want to thank you for your time with us here at Kitchener City Hall, and on behalf of all of council, wish you much success in your academic endeavors. Congratulations. So it's been moved by Councillor Marsh that the minutes of the regular meeting held June 24th, 2019, and the special meetings held June 24th and August 12th as mailed to the mayor and councillors be accepted. Councillor Gazzola, are you in the queue first? I'm up for the next one. Oh, okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We will now move on to disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Gazzola.
This is really unique for me. I don't have this very often, and I'm not sure I have it tonight, but for the sake of transparency, I'm declaring a conflict on item number 3 of the tenders for the supply and delivery of janitorial products from Weber Supply. My son is the chief financial officer at Weber Supply.
Okay, so when we come to that one, we will deal with that item separately. In terms of communications, there aren't any communications to refer to file, so we will now move on to our first presentation, and for this one, I will actually go up to the podium in the middle. So since all of your fans are up there, council will forgive me for having my back to them, and we'll look at our recipient this evening. So this evening I have the pleasure of presenting the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers on behalf of Her Excellency the Governor General. This is something that they have started to approach municipalities to do from time to time as recipients for things like the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers occur in cities and communities across Canada. And so it is a real pleasure for me to be able to do that this evening for Caroline Tanswell. The Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers recognizes exceptional volunteer achievements from across the country and abroad, celebrating a wide range of voluntary contributions. As an official honor created by the Crown, the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers is part of the Canadian Honours System. The program was incorporated and replaced the Governor-General's Caring Canadian Award, which was created in 1995 by then Governor-General, the Right Honourable Romeo LeBlanc. The Chancellery of Honours, part of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor-General, administers this program. The medal recognizes living Canadians who have made a significant, sustained, and unpaid contribution to the community in Canada or abroad. And non-Canadians are also eligible if their contribution brings benefit or honor to Canadians or to Canada. Nominations for the Medal for Volunteers are accepted throughout the year by the Chancellery of Honours and reviewed by an advisory committee which makes recommendations to the Governor-General. Tonight, I have the pleasure of presenting the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers to Caroline Tanswell of Kitchener, Ontario. Caroline Tanswell has been volunteering teaching fitness classes for 35 years, promoting a healthy lifestyle and developing a community amongst participants. A nationally certified fitness instructor, she has been a mentor for volunteers and staff at the A.R. Kaufman Family YMCA. Caroline Tanswell donne bénévolement des cours de mise en forme depuis plus de 35 ans et fait ainsi la promotion d'un mode de vie sain et d'un esprit communautaire auprès des participants. Instructrice de conditionnement physique certifiée à l'échelle nationale, elle agit à titre de mentor auprès des bénévoles et du personnel de YMCA A.R. Kaufman Family. Caroline, it is indeed a real pleasure on behalf of all of us at the City of Kitchener and your many friends, and I understand there's more even coming out for the party later on, which is wonderful to present this on behalf of Her Excellency, the Governor-General, to you. You can remind Dave about his great times in all your classes. We'll let you say a few words. As many as you want, actually.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start off by saying I was 10 when I started, right? So that was one thing. And yes, it's a privilege. Those of you who come to my classes know that I don't need a microphone, right? You know that. It's just a privilege to always be at the Y and offering services that way. It's such a great community institution that it's very important in this community, and I know that the city certainly helps with that particular piece. But being able to share some of that ability to help people, not just through fitness classes, but in many other ways, talking, building community within our own YMCA is really important. And I would certainly acknowledge all volunteers at the Y for the work that they do. So thank you very much for the award. I appreciate being here and having you present it. I see very little people.
And you get a pen.
Is that a City of Kitchener?
No, this is a Governor.
Governor-General, City of Kitchener, Governor-General.
No, it's a Governor-General's pen. Oh, there you go.
Give it back. Thank you. So they all follow me up now?
Yeah. I think we'll have to make sure. Thank you, everyone, for coming in this evening and celebrating with Caroline. Okay, we'll now continue on with our agenda, and we'll move into the next presentation. I will point out that around 7:30, I have to leave for a personal matter, so I'll be leaving around that point, and this month's acting mayor, Sarah Marsh, will be chairing the rest of the meeting. So our next presentation is with Tara Bedard and Karen Spencer, representing the Immigration Partnership Council for Waterloo Region regarding immigration in Kitchener. Welcome, ladies, and let me begin by thanking you for the incredible work that I know the Immigration Partnership does.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and we are really delighted to be here this evening to present to Council, so thanks for having us. I'm Karen Spencer, I'm the Chair of the Immigration Partnership, and this is Tara Bedard. She's the Executive Director of the Immigration Partnership, and I just want to point out that we have members of the Council here this evening and supporters of our work. So, who are we? So the Immigration Partnership is a collaborative, is a collaborative of over 110 people representing over 60 community service, municipal, business, post-secondary, and other organizations and individual residents who have been working together for over 10 years to empower immigrants and refugees to successfully settle, work, and belong in Waterloo Region. The City of Kitchener Community Services and Economic Development Department staff have been involved with the Immigration Partnership since its inception, and we have greatly valued their partnership. Together, we have worked across the urban municipalities and Waterloo Region to develop joint outreach and information sessions to engage new immigrants in the area municipalities, created space for awareness raising on immigration topics by co-hosting events like the Waterloo Region Global Migration Film Festival and citizenship ceremonies, and worked to find solutions for better bridging new immigrants into work. Canada is growing immigration levels every year because immigration matters to communities across the country. Kitchener is no exception. Everyone has a role to play in making sure that immigration works in communities and that the mutual benefits to communities and to immigrants are fully leveraged. Municipalities play a particularly important role. Waterloo Region and Kitchener have always welcomed immigration. In the 2016 census, immigrants made up almost 1/4 of the region's population and just over 26% of Kitchener's population. That represents over 60,000 residents. From 2008 to 2017, annual permanent resident arrivals in Kitchener grew somewhat, largely due to an increase in refugees making Kitchener their home. In addition, we have temporary migrant population that has grown significantly in the last 5 years. This population is made up of international students, temporary foreign workers, and refugee claimants seeking protection in Canada. More temporary than permanent residents enter Waterloo Region each year. The majority of them are international students, and a growing number of them will seek to stay permanently in Canada. At this size, the Immigration Partnership believes it is important to be intentional as a community about supporting this population's success. Are immigrants, regardless of their status, being welcomed? Are they settling, working in meaningful jobs and growing successful businesses, feeling belonging? Are they able to give back to the community? Through the Immigration Partnership, we identify priorities and set community-level actions to empower immigrants as communities to succeed, which feed into organization-level action among partners. As municipal leaders, we ask you to consider how this factors into your own planning and what plans are in place for attracting new immigrants to Kitchener.
And when we talk about why immigration matters, Statistics Canada data shows that new international migration is the main driver of population growth in Ontario and in Waterloo Region. Canada needs new sources of talent to enter the labor force to maintain its high living standards. The Conference Board of Canada reports that between 2018 and 2040, immigration will account for all of Canada's net labor force growth and 1/3 of the economic growth rate. Statistics Canada reports have found that immigrant-owned businesses are more likely to be job creators, and that on average, immigrants donate more to charity than Canadians. Other research has found that immigrants consume arts and culture at higher rates than Canadian-born individuals, and that immigration is a driver of arts and culture in Canada. In short, when immigrants succeed, communities thrive. Kitchener and Waterloo Region are impacted by all of this. While some immigrants and refugees settle and find belonging and success quickly in our communities, others struggle. Immigration is an increasingly important factor in strengthening Kitchener and Waterloo Region's quality of life, community, social, and economic development, and there is a pressing social and economic imperative for municipalities like Kitchener to attract, retain, and effectively integrate a robust immigrant and refugee population. While immigration is a federal mandate, One more minute? Okay. While immigration is a federal mandate, it is in communities like Kitchener and Waterloo Region that the successes and challenges of immigration play out. Municipalities across Canada are increasingly taking a holistic view and approach to immigrant attraction, retention, and integration. We encourage further engagement and partnership with Kitchener City Council and with the City of Kitchener across departments in a manner that addresses that spectrum of attraction to retention. We invite wider involvement of city staff across departments in our steering groups and in events like the Waterloo Region Immigration Forum, which we will be hosting in November. There we'll be looking at where we'd like to be as a region on immigration in the next 5 years. We invite you to consider the results of our biannual immigrant survey when they are ready this fall. This survey gathered input from almost 1,100 immigrants in the community across the region on their experiences of living here so that we know how to better support them, and that information will really enrich the city's planning. We offer our engagement and support in city planning and service improvement processes. As a partnership, we have submitted suggestions for the city's strategic plan, which reflect the collective learning of our work across the organizations engaged in the partnership, and we look forward to deep engagement in the Mayor's Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and other city planning and service improvement initiatives in the future. We also invite Kitchener City Council to act as a strong advocate on immigration matters and for immigrants and refugees in Kitchener with the federal and provincial governments so that everybody living in Kitchener and this region can thrive. You done?
Thank you. So if you have questions for us, we'll take them at this time.
Okay, we do have some questions for you, and thank you for a most interesting and informative presentation. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate the opportunity that you've taken to come and present before council, because this is the data sometimes. You know, a lot of times you assume this information, or that's just the right thing to do, to be inclusive, to accept newcomers to our community, to integrate them, help integrate them into our community as well. But little do we focus on the real, hard, tangible benefits that ends up being our own by promoting and doing the right thing. And seeing the information that you laid out is important, especially the chart that you provided. I hope, and this is more a comment for our staff, that we try to promote this information as a communication to our residents. I think, well, I'll ask you a question. Do you think the City of Kitchener can play an increased role in communicating with the residents what that ongoing benefits and tangible improvements to our economically and socially by having immigrants come and settle here in our community? Do you think the City of Kitchener can play a greater role?
I think you're raising some really important points, because I think what you said was it's not just a good thing to do, but that our community relies on immigrants, that we need immigrants, we need immigrant talent. And yes, I do think that there's a role for the municipality in helping to promote that information amongst our residents. I don't know that it's as well known as it could be, the benefits that immigrants play in helping us thrive as a community.
So I'll just quickly ask before you go into it and answer further. It may help you with your answer as well. The data that you provided about the tangible benefits economically to a community with immigration, is that a living document that continually gets upgraded on, or updated? Or is it many years in between getting that type of data?
There is new research coming out all the time on the impacts of immigration on Canada, and we try to stay on top of and keep up to date in the data that we have and that we're sharing across the community, including with our municipal partners.
So you are sending this data to our staff as well, ongoing?
Yes.
Excellent. And there's one thing that you, through your presentation, and you did touch on this on your own, saying that there could be a wider involvement of city staff. Do our city staff currently sit within any advisory boards or committees with your organization?
Yeah, so there are staff from City of Kitchener's Community Services and Economic Development departments that are engaged in, we have 3 steering groups that we convene together with a leadership council, and they are involved in our steering groups working on kind of work and employment related issues and community belonging.
I'm really glad to hear that.
Yep.
Thank you. It needs to be a work that's ongoing. So thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate hearing this report, and I know how much the Immigration Partnership has been working to really help drive our local economy and to help people feel welcomed into our community and help them find work. And you've been working really closely with the local chambers of commerce and local the food processing sector, the manufacturing sector, to help place people here, and you're doing an amazing job. So thank you so much for that. I think it would be amazing to see or to help you have your report grow wider as well, as Councillor Singh was saying. I think more people need to hear about the success and the economic drivers that immigrants are to our community. I'm, again, wondering how we can help you with that, and maybe even see about having numbers attached to what the economic results are would be really great as well.
Right. Thanks. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Do you want to?
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. I think they're really important comments, and certainly helping immigrants in the workplace is a goal of the Immigration Partnership Council, and providing them with the supports to be successful at work. We know that English language services are a particular need, and there is one form of English language services. It's in the classroom, but sometimes people need other forms of language services, and language services that can come, to their workplaces is an example of this. And I think, councillors being aware of the needs of newcomers to our community and, helping to promote wherever you can to meet those needs will be helpful to the work of the council.
Yeah. And if I can just add to the points of communication, I think that the City of Kitchener and all of our area municipalities, I think they have a really important role in communicating about immigration in the community and setting a tone for welcoming in this community. There's a lot of support for immigration in Canada, and we know that there's a lot of support for immigration in Waterloo Region, but not everybody supports immigration, and those people tend to be very vocal, and particularly when election years are popping up, you see very negative trends in the media and a lot of focus already on immigration in this federal election. And I think that we could, you see when public officials are very clearly in support of immigration, I think it sets a tone in the community, and it makes it a better community for everybody, and citizens will follow your lead. So in terms of your role in communicating, absolutely key in terms of fostering, kind of really positive public perceptions of immigration in the region.
Wonderful. Thank you again to both of you for coming in and for all of the great work that the partnership does. I mean, you've been such a key partner, and I remember how the important role that you played back in 2015 when, or 16, when we welcomed the Syrian and other refugees to our community, and you do so much more than just that, and really want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to item 6A. Notice has been given for any member of the public to speak for or against the bylaw to name private roads within a residential development located in the Rosenberg community at 1650, 1670, 1690, and 1720 Fisher-Hallman Road as Jessica Crescent and Rachel Crescent, listed as items 11D and 14D. Is anybody here to speak with respect to the naming of Jessica Crescent and Rachel Crescent? Asking a second time, is anybody here for the purposes of speaking to Jessica Crescent or Rachel Crescent? And a third time, is anybody here to speak to Jessica Crescent or Rachel Crescent? If not, then we'll deal with that later on when we get to Committee of the Whole. And we'll move on to 6B. Notice has also been given for any member of the public to speak for or against the bylaw to name a private road within a condominium developed located at 155 Westwood Drive as Gleason Crescent, listed as items 11E and 14E. Is anybody here to speak with respect to Gleason Crescent? Anybody here? Okay, I don't know how to, well, let's figure it out. Anybody here to speak to Gleason Crescent? And the third time, is anybody here to speak to Gleason Crescent? If not, then we will come back to that in Committee of the Whole later in the evening. And at this point, then, as we move on to 6C, I'll turn the floor over to Acting Mayor Marsh for the balance of the meeting. And just before I do know later on the agenda, there is a motion coming forward with respect to religious freedoms that Councillor Margaret Johnson is bringing forward, and I know there's been a lot of great work done by Fazia and Sarah and the whole team from the Coalition of Muslim Women. And while I unfortunately won't be here when we get to that item, I do want to just signify my support and thank you for the work that you're doing about raising this important issue. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So, thank you very much. We will next move on to item C. We have a delegate in the audience along with item D, actually. So we have two people in the audience just here to answer questions. If anybody has any questions from within council regarding a sign variance application for 150 Pioneer Drive, listed as item 3 on the Committee of the Whole agenda, then that person is here. Bridget Loveday is here to answer. Anybody? Seeing no questions, then we'll see if anybody has any questions regarding parking prohibitions on St. George Street. We have Philip Craig here to answer any questions. Oh, are you here to speak?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So, so I think what we'll do is we'll ask, yes, please go ahead and you can.
Okay, my name is Philip Craig. I'm a member of Benton Street Baptist Church. I have been for 50 years. The issue we parked on that street for 60 years. The city come along and says no more parking. And I tried to find out why, and the only thing I got, you talk about safety. Well, it's not about safety. I'll get to that in a minute. They said because if we park there, listen, we park there 4 hours a week. Can you imagine? 4 hours a week only. They took that away. I talked to all the people in the city that looks after the transportation. I talked to my counselor, and I talked to all these people. And the reason why we can't park there is because they need enough room for 2 cars to pass each other. I said, you're kidding me. I'll take you on a road trip. I can take you to 300 streets in Kitchener. One I lived on myself. It had no sidewalks, okay? People parked on both sides of the road. Kids played on that street. You couldn't get a baby buggy up between those cars sometimes. So if you want to start with safety, I can pick out a few streets that you can start on. So we go back to George Street. It's not about safety. It's about people that live in that condo, okay? And what do you do? I hate to use the word discrimination. They use parking to discriminate against us. The city never showed up down on George Street just because it was unsafe. Nobody uses that street. It's vacant, steady all the time. I live downtown Kitchener. I go past that street all the time. There's nobody. The people that live in the condo, their parking is at the end of Benton Street, almost down in Cortland. So that street is pretty well vacant. And they phoned because we parked there. We parked 8 cars there. We've done this for 60 years. Now I want you to follow me into Benton Street Baptist Church on the Good Friday. Pouring rain. We have 500 people attend that service. We have 3 other churches that are attending with us. 12 o'clock, our pastor comes and says, anybody parked on St. George Street should leave because we have a bylaw officer out giving tickets. You tell me that's about parking? We only parked out there 1 hour and somebody phoned. I had cold shivers go down my body because I thought we were pretty well done with this stuff in 2019. Somebody phoned 1 hour while we were in that service. I seen people leave, like I couldn't believe it. People leave, go down to the nursery, we get baby buggies. I seen people walk out with walkers to get to the car so they wouldn't get a ticket on one of the holiest Christian days of the year. And you know what the officer said that was writing the tickets out? He's had a flood of phone calls. Can you imagine? A flood of phone calls on a stat holiday, on a special day, and he's out giving out tickets. So that's not about parking. That's not about safety. It's about somebody discriminating against the church, and they use the parking to do with it. I got 3 requests. One request, the city should change the sign back the way it was, parking. And right now, we deserve a letter of apology for inconvenience and embarrassment that we had to go through. Benton Street Baptist Church has been there for 168 years. We're a downtown church. We cater to who? The homeless, the people that are addicted, people that need money, people that need direction, people that come in for hampers. We're the church. We're not a Sunday morning church. We're open 7 days a week. And that's how we get treated? 4 hours a week we park there. Insanity. And also during our church, all week we have people that meet in our church, AA meetings. The KW Pregnancy, they meet there. We're talking about immigration. We have new immigrants that are Christians that come to our church and they have their own service in their language. My other request is a downtown church like Benton Street Baptist Church, okay? We've already had 2 other churches that left and became their own congregation, big congregations in Kitchener. I recommend that Benton Street Baptist Church get a plaque for outstanding community service. And that's how I feel, and that's how we get treated. It's pretty sad in 2019. And I got a few seconds left. I hope you understand me because I use my Newfoundland tongue tonight. Okay, so.
I think everyone understands you just perfectly, yes.
Yeah, like I said, the parking. And listen, if the street was so important about putting the parking sign up, no parking, why didn't they go across the street on the other side of Benton Street? It's the same street.
Okay.
They park 24 hours a day, and we can't park 4 hours on a Sunday morning or when we have a special occasion. Something's wrong with this picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. There may be questions for you, Councillor Chapman.
Hi, thank you so much for coming in today. I just My question is actually more for staff.
Okay.
Is that okay? Or
Are
should
there
I
any
come back?
questions of the delegate? Okay, so if you can queue back out, Councillor Chapman, queue back in. Councillor Michaud.
Hi, thank you for coming out tonight. Can I ask you, when you had interaction with bylaw about this, was it like, how long ago was it you had an interaction with bylaw about the parking problem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
How long ago was it that you had an interaction with bylaw about your parking issue? If you said it earlier, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I've talked to, like I said, I talked to a councillor. Is that what you mean?
No. I mean, when was the last time you spoke with a city staffer about parking?
The last time I talked to somebody about parking was, I have the notes at home.
Okay,
It's probably a month ago.
okay, thanks.
Probably a month.
Okay, thank
I
you.
mean, I'm surprised that those guys didn't, like, I mean, it never even made sense what you told me. 2 cars to park on a Sunday morning. Can you see a lot of traffic at St. George and Benton Street on a Sunday morning at 9 o'clock?
No, I
Like
understand.
the 4 hours a week, I mean, that's insane that they would change that.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions we have, and thank you for bringing forward your passionate plea. Now we're going to ask questions of staff, so thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Councillor Chapman.
Mr. Cronkite.
Yes, we have Mr. Cronkite here tonight, so to answer. Hey?
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we've had exchanges about this, and I just wonder, I understand that, you know, ever since the Arrow Loft building has been there, the concern has been the amount of traffic that goes out onto St. George Street. I also understand that it's for safety, but is there a possibility to get signage up on St. George Street that would give free park or available parking for that, say, 4 or 5 hour window on Sundays to accommodate the churches? Because there could be other churches, there are a number of churches in that immediate area, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor. To put a little perspective to this, the one thing that I will note is that our historical data shows that parking has been prohibited here for 30 plus years. It's been a request that goes back for nearly 3 decades in terms of dealing with previous pastors and the like. Part of the issue here when it comes to Sunday afternoons in churches is that we traditionally haven't allowed for parking specifically for one particular use, such as this, especially on a Sunday. There is still traffic. There is the lane that is directly across from the church that accesses the rear of Bread and Roses. So we want to make sure that there is clear and easy access to Bread and Roses in that one-way laneway that's there. The road is very narrow. And the other thing that I would point out is that it's also very close to Charles and Benton parking garage, where parking is free on Sundays. So there is an abundance of free parking in downtown currently that is fully accessible. What can happen in this case would be to allow for the pickup and drop off of more vulnerable users of the church, so those that are less able-bodied, so that you can still utilize that space in a manner that helps to assist with patrons of the church while not changing the bylaw.
Bread and Roses is across the street, right? Or where is it? It's behind. Okay, sorry. So could they not do that drop off and pick up right now anyway without any signage? Like, I presume that's what's happening already.
Through the mayor, yes, that's something that you can do now. In no parking areas, you do have the ability to stop and pick up and drop off. That's something that people aren't fully aware of most of the time. And so I would suggest that that's a really good use of the space for the church at this point, with Charles and Benton ultimately being where we would like to see people parked.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Did council deal with this issue?
No, this was a committee of adjustment topic, and so that's why we're hearing about it. But
Well, is there a way that we can send this back to staff now so that we can get some kind of a report so that everybody around the horseshoe knows what's going on? I mean, there's enough, the neighborhood's speaking up, so can we refer this to staff and have a full look at it?
I think that sounds like a reasonable request, absolutely. Do we need a notice, do we need a motion on that? No. So can we hear back from staff on this, as well as then be able to have the councillor refer whatever information came back to the delegate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's absolutely something we can do. We can bring a report with our recommendation through to committee.
Through to committee? Okay.
I would bring it to committee first and then to council following.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola, for the suggestion. And so you will be hearing back from us, and then we can deal with this issue in a more fulsome way at that time. Thank you for coming in. Councillor Gazzola, you're not queued in. Do you want to speak?
You won't? I say it's not a big issue. Is there no way we can staff tell us when they can bring a report so the people here know, while they're here, they'll know when to come back?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we'll do is bring it back in late fall once we've had a full opportunity to review the history and make sure that we've had appropriate time to write the report. And what we'll do is send a letter to the church so they're well aware of when it's coming to committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, there's another delegate that I don't see listed here. You said from the Committee of Adjustment. Okay, so we'd like to bring the Committee of Adjustment item forward now. Oh, okay, I see. There's a person here in the gallery here to answer questions regarding the Cadillac Fairview signage request from the Committee of Adjustment. Are there any questions for the delegate? All right, so then we will deal with that during Committee of the Whole. All right. Let's do it right now. Okay. Well, we already lost so do we have a mover for the, let's see, what number is that? That is going to be number 3 of Committee of the Whole, item 6. Do we have a mover? Councillor Singh, and we want to do that for item 6 as well as for the sign variance on Pioneer Drive. Okay, so any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right. So that passed, and now we can move on to the next delegate. We also have Mr. Paul Britton here regarding the Heritage Committee item listed as item 1 under the Heritage Kitchener report regarding 3040 Margaret Avenue. Hello, Mr. Britton.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Paul Britton. I'll be very brief this evening. I'm appearing in support of the Heritage Kitchener recommendation regarding 3040 Margaret Avenue. I would confirm that that recommendation comes to you with unanimous support from the committee, positive staff recommendation, and prior to that occurring, site plan approval in principle from city planning staff. I would like to acknowledge the positive engagement of the neighbors throughout the process, as well as Councillor Marsh in coming to this point, and we're delighted with the outcome of the process, and we're in full support of the recommendation before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Britton? There are. Councillor Gazzola.
No, there are no questions. I have the recommendation here, and I thought you could deal with it while he's here, and he doesn't have to wait any longer.
Thank you.
Okay. And there are no other delegates here for it.
Well, there are, in fact, other delegates,
well then,
yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to bring it forward, and then,
I can bring it forward, we can hear,
And then we can-
wait till we hear all the delegates.
yeah, that's fine. I'll come back to you. All right, thank you, Mr. Britton. Next, we have, so any delegates regarding this issue, the first one after Mr. Britton is Mr. Hal Yeager. I can't hear you.
I'm actually here to speak about the cycling route, not about...
Okay, this is not, that's not the topic to, yeah, okay.
It's coming up later in the...
Yes, okay, I have it listed here for that issue, so thank you. Next, is there anybody else here regarding 30 to 40 Margaret? Okay. Councillor Gazzola, now it's your turn.
It has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the Heritage Kitchener Committee recommends as follows, that pursuant to Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Heritage Permit Application 2019 V010 as outlined in Development Services Department Report DST 19-183 be approved to permit the construction of 2 joined 6-story multiple residential buildings on the property municipally addressed as 30 to 40 Margaret Avenue in accordance with the plans and supplementary information submitted with the application and subject to the following condition. The condition is that the final building permit drawings be reviewed and heritage clearance provided by heritage planning staff prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kathy Mortimer here to talk about invasive plant strategy. And there's a presentation.
Is there a... Okay. Great, thanks, Madam Mayor, councillors, members of the staff, and members of the public. This summer, I've had some time to learn about invasive plants. Native plants are non-native that invade forests, parks, outdoor spaces, and they block native plants from growing, trees as well as other plants. They spread quickly, they decrease the habitat for native wildlife, and they can change the soil chemistry. Invasives contribute to species loss, and they can wreck our infrastructure, bridges, cement, wetlands, and they reduce the quality of the human habitat. I wondered if there was any in my Kitchener neighborhood in Midtown, and I walked for 2 blocks along the Spurline Trail and in a small park where I found species like Japanese knotweed, buckthorn, invasive honeysuckle, garlic mustard, Norway maple, periwinkle, and lots of others. I couldn't believe that the spaces that looked so green and good over the summertime were actually more than, in some cases, more than half invasive plants. So I also started to look at doing some research and found out Ontario municipalities spend on average nearly $400,000 a year managing invasive species. It makes sense to have a strategy in place to ensure that those funds are spent wisely. And with the plants, time is a critical issue. The costs only increase. Prevention is much cheaper and easier than trying to manage plants that are established. And here we just have a quick look. When you first have a species introduced, there aren't too many of them. It's really easy to manage them. As time goes on, eradication becomes less possible. You're looking at managing things that are in the wildlife. And, you know, we've got public awareness is partway up that list, and I think that might be where we are. So time is important to start to take action. I also learned there's a lot of experts here in Waterloo Region as well as across the province to manage invasives. People have built their academic careers on this stuff, and I've talked to some of the professors both at University of Waterloo and in Southern Ontario. Dr. Janice Gilbert, who runs the Invasive Phragmites Control Centre, suggested that after seeing the success of City of London, when they've adopted an invasive plant management strategy a couple of years ago, they're already seeing successes. The City of St. Thomas, Mississauga has also adopted that. Grand River Conservation Authority does a lot of work on invasive plants. We also have some provincial supports and other neighboring municipalities that would probably be quite interested in lending support and have indicated a lot of interest in this. But really importantly, residents want meaningful action. On that couple of hours that I was on the trail, a bunch of cyclists and pedestrians walked by. Cyclists cycled by. All of the pedestrians stopped, and half of them actually gave me their contact information to say, you know, we want to be involved, we want to keep our spaces, our green spaces healthy, and don't want to see those spaces disappear. So what would it take to develop a strategy? Essentially, you need to have an inventory and a management plan. The plant inventory, you might just start with your top 5 or 10 most, worst problematic plants, maybe Phragmites, knotweed, buckthorn, whatever it is that you would choose as the worst ones, and then find out where they are for each species and how many plants are in those locations. There's lots of help, so it doesn't have to be a city-run inventory. There's a lot of citizen science apps where people report invasive plants, and your staff is already working with that data. Neighboring municipalities, as well as universities and colleges in the area, have some inventories and are, as I suggested, they are indicating their support for that. The management plan would then, once you know what your top plants are, how will you manage them? They're not like pulling weeds that we're used to. They, you decide, are you going to cut or treat with chemical, or how do you want to manage those? The Invasive Plant Council has already done that research. It would be a matter of choosing the best options for the city. And then once you have that, you can develop a strategy, identify the priorities, establish the goals and timelines, and it's also important to get residents involved. This summer I was in touch with a lot of people across the country. Somehow it grew. And I was talking with a person from Victoria, BC. He meets with a group of friends for 2 hours every Sunday morning to remove invasive plants in and around the capital. This group has been active for 15 years. Imagine what a dedicated team of 10 to 15 volunteers working 2 hours a week has accomplished over that time. Besides removing a lot of plants, they often go for coffee after the work and have developed a real social bond, a side benefit, but so important to keeping this going. I can imagine that if people are concerned, people will also help out. So there's, on behalf of these, of many people in Kitchener, I'd like to suggest the motion, be it resolved, the City of Kitchener develop an invasive plant management strategy for 2021. That timeline would allow time to look at the budget and see what your priorities are. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your engagement on this issue and your initiative that you've taken. I know that it's a real passion project that you have taken on lately, so thank you. We're going to have some questions for you, but first I want to just mention that we skipped a procedural step. It's my fault because I'm new in this temporary role. This was not on the official agenda, even though I know Kathy did email all of us with her presentation on Friday, so this was no surprise. So we just need a quick vote to add this to the agenda. A motion, Councillor Singh, all in favor? All right, so that happened before. Let's just pretend. So we have some questions. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for coming in. I think your passion and your interest in this topic is wonderful and very important. Of the list of residents that you've collected, have you met with them to talk about ways that you could work with the city to initiate volunteer scouting of the trails and the parks?
Yes, we've actually met once with a couple of city staff at a particular park in that area that I indicated. We'd walked around the Guelph Street Garden, and yeah, it looked really positive. So there was a lot of interest. Over the summer, it's not always easy to pull people together, but yeah, there was already a group there that seemed quite interested in digging in.
Okay. So when it's appropriate, I have a request of staff.
Okay. Of course, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I was just going to ask more for numbers. So you said that 50% of the people were there, or who walked by when you were there. What was 50%?
Oh, there was about 8 people walked by, and 4 of them said, gave me all of them stopped to talk to me.
Yeah.
Every person, and I was worried. So what are they going to say? And they're all really interested to know about, some of them didn't really know anything, and some knew more than I did. But 4 of those 8 people gave me their email addresses, which I was just quite astounded.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I have questions of staff as well.
Okay. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I had a similar question as Councillor Chapman about what level of engagement that you've had with our staff leading in. And I think you're raising a really important point, and maybe you can give additional input on this. Is this a constant evolving and losing battle because of climate change, that we're more susceptible to invasive species, be it floral growth or insects? With the research you've done, are you seeing other municipalities taking on this challenge, and to what level?
You're right, I am no expert on this topic, and there's probably people in the room know more than I do about it. But there are municipalities across Ontario and the country who are taking action. And they know, as you've seen with the emerald ash borer affecting, so it's an insect, but any of these types of problems are very expensive once they get to the level where everyone is noticing it. And one of these plants, this one actually in the picture, is called Japanese knotwood. In England, they have it's much more established. And if you have it on your property in England, you can't get a mortgage for your house.
Wow.
It will come through 8 inches of concrete. And now that I've seen it, there's a few patches around our neighborhood that have it. So it's a concern, and it's better to get on it sooner than later.
Well, thank you for bringing this topic to the forefront. I had some questions of staff as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions we have. Okay. All right, so if we could ask staff to queue in. All right, and so first we have Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, Ms. Goldrick, could you just tell us how invasive plants are managed currently by the city?
Ms. McGoldrick?
Certainly. So through you, Mayor. Currently, I would say invasive species are managed in a reactive manner, with the exception of our natural areas management plan. So I'll break that down a little bit. We do have a program where we develop natural areas management plans, and within those plans, we do an inventory of the plant species within a natural area. And as invasive plant species are identified, then management plans are developed. And these are done very much in collaboration with the local community. Often these plans are driven by a community desire to see improvements in these natural areas, and so there's a participatory element with the local community. I will caution, though, that often the initial investment in terms of invasive species removals requires ongoing maintenance. So it's not necessarily a one and done. It does require ongoing support, either through the community or through a staff effort, depending on whether the community can sustain those efforts. The other programs that we do have a giant hogweed and other more human health related plants we will address typically as they're reported. So we haven't inventoried across the city where these are located, but they're addressed as they're reported. And then, as Ms. Mortimer mentioned, although the emerald ash borer is an insect invasive species, we have a significant program in place in order to address the impacts of that invasive species.
Okay, and as far as introducing a an invasive plant management strategy by 2021. Is this sort of timing workable with the current demands on staff?
So through the acting mayor, the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy does recognize invasive species management as a priority within the plan. It hasn't specifically been identified as part of the first 5-year implementation plan strategy. That being said, we could look towards the later years within that 5-year strategy to implement. My caution is in advancing an invasive plant management strategy in 2021 or even sooner, is that would impact then on the work plan associated with Council's other priorities. And so within Council's strategic plan, there are specific goals identified within the plan. And in fact, we heard from Council when the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy was approved, the desire to advance protective bylaws. And so there's a lot of things we can do to support our urban forests and natural areas, and it really comes down to the resourcing to be able to do that, and the priorities of Council. And so my suggestion would be 2021 is very aggressive. We're looking to address the backlog of our trees. There's work around risk management and the protective bylaws. My suggestion would be to look at it in and around the 2020 to 2023, and I've shared that with Ms. Mortimer. I don't think that's a surprise to hear me say that.
And my final question is it something we could consider for the 2020 business plan to get things initiated?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so through the chair, so certainly as we break down, so as I mentioned, this would be a work plan item under the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy. We will be identifying and breaking down the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy implementation within the business plan, and yes, we can look at, as part of building out that plan, incorporating the invasive plant management strategy for Council's consideration in terms of the timing of that.
Okay, thank you.
If you can stay clicked in, we have additional questions. Okay, thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, no, I think my question has been answered, so I'll just, for clarification, so I didn't lose anything, is that it is in our peripheral that we are looking at this. It's aspect of resourcing, and it's not that staff are avoiding this issue. It's something that's continually being monitored. Well, that would be my question, to get assurance. We are monitoring this as it evolves.
So through the chair, yes, we have wonderful staff resources. Well, one, Joshua Shea, who is very involved in our natural areas and does look at these issues and respond to resident concerns throughout the city. We also have great park operations staff that look to eradicate issues as they arise. And so, yes, this is an active work plan item. What isn't in place right now is that overall citywide strategy, which would take resources to develop, and certainly we would support ultimately the development of that plan.
Right, and as we have a better outline articulation of the budgeting and resourcing towards our urban forest strategy, there are items that could come out of this that would speak to the invasive species as well.
Yes, that's right. The Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy specifically identifies invasive species control within the plan.
Okay, well, I'll leave that in confidence that staff have it in good hands. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing. When you say natural areas, do you mean more of our parks and like our trail spaces? Or do you mean, we have a lot of natural areas along roadways that are growing a number of species? I don't know if any of them are invasive, but those natural areas, are they included?
So through the chair, typically the natural areas that currently have natural areas management plan, they are spatially, they're not linear along roads, they're discrete kind of natural area spaces. So I would say that we haven't had a natural areas management plan along roadway corridors unless there's a natural area that abuts the road that would be incorporated as part of the larger plan.
Okay, that's something that we probably need to wrap our head around. It maybe it's a separate issue, but natural areas, naturalized areas around roadways, and we can talk offline more about that. I just quickly wanted to say a lot of my questions were answered in referring this to staff. I do think it's something that we need to discuss during the business planning process next year and put it in there with the rest of our priorities and make sure that it's something that we don't lose sight of. I think it's important. So I'm not suggesting any timing or anything like that, but just make sure that through the 2020 business plan that we have a discussion on where this should fit amongst our priorities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnston. Whoops, what happened there? Let's try that again.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. And I really appreciate this being brought up, so thank you so much for your presentation tonight. I think it's really important that we take a look into this. I'm wondering, I have a question for Ms. McGoldrick. I'm wondering if there's some things that we could do that perhaps are not going to affect the budget, but are some education pieces that would be, I'm hoping, fairly easy and maybe not too staff intensive to look at, and maybe with using some of the information that our delegate had this evening. It would be great if we had maybe a spot on our website where we could identify some invasive plants for people to look at around their own homes. I actually had an app on one of my phones where you could just put your camera over top of a plant and it would immediately identify it. I can't remember what that's called. I'm going to call it the Identify Plant app. Because I had some things growing on my lawn that I wonder what they were, and they weren't exactly grass. So it was very helpful to use something like that. But I think if people knew that they should be looking for certain things on their properties, that would be helpful. And maybe as an education piece, that would be a great start at least. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Ioannidis, can you click back in for me? Thanks. Go ahead.
I'm more for comments if you're
Oh,
ready to
okay.
take them.
I don't think we're there yet. Okay, almost. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Ms. McGoldrick, did you want to respond? Just to let it, I thought it was a given. I saw the heads nodding, but go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, Acting Mayor. Certainly we can look at what's currently on our website. I have to admit I'm hoping that we already have some existing information, but we'll certainly take a look at that and then look at where we could potentially link to other resources that would be helpful for our residents. So yes, great suggestion.
All right. Next we have Councillor Gazzola.
I just have a quick comment. I'm glad to see there's a lot of interest in this. Because Ms. Mortimer wrote to council and it seemed to sit around for a while, and I sent a letter off to Ms. McGoldrick and she quickly moved on it and got together with our staff, and I was able to learn that our staff is already doing considerable amount of work. The only point I would like to make is that this is something we need to look at and all that, but I think the first thing we need to do is refer it to our work plan. It's something that, of course, needs to be done, but I think it needs to vie with everything else that staff is currently working on. Just my 2 cents worth.
Okay, we were still in questions, but
I ran out of questions.
I gave you some leeway. Okay, you ran out of questions. I have one more question. Ms. Mortimer mentioned a reference to what's happening in Victoria with a group of dedicated volunteers. My understanding is that there are certain methods that our staff would be wanting to make sure that volunteers are able to use if they decide to go ahead and remove invasive species on their own. So would we also be able to move more quickly on perhaps a training session or two to make sure that if there are volunteers who are willing and able and interested, that we can capitalize on that energy and allow people to know what to do when they come across an invasive species?
So in response to that question, I'm not sure if it would be the City of Kitchener that would take the lead on a training program. I think we'd look to other partners to do that. Ms. Mortimer mentioned the Grand River Conservation Authority, and they certainly have a lot of expertise, and they also have a program of reaching out to landowners. So we would look to see what is currently existing rather than develop a training program ourselves.
Right.
That being said, we do have interested residents coming forward in terms of the work that Josh is doing in natural areas management plans, and I understand through the Love My Hood Greening Initiative that there's opportunity there and indeed some interest. And so we do see staff providing that expertise and support through those mechanisms, and that support would continue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so further to Councillor Johnston's question, you answered that yes, we could look at what's on the website now, and but are we able to commit to having at least a page that would have the point to other resources like the GRCA, et cetera, within a certain time frame? What would that be?
So through the chair, so in terms of the timeline, I would look to my communication colleagues in terms of that website update, but really it shouldn't take very long at all. There's some great resources out there that even if we didn't develop the content on our own page, we can provide linkages. And so in terms of timelines, Ms. Robb, do you want to weigh in on that?
So I think it's really just a matter of connecting with Denise's staff and coming up with that content. Usually I would say that would take a couple of weeks given their other work schedule, and then doing the update itself is quick and easy. And I would agree with Denise that the concept would be not to own the intellectual property ourselves, but really to redirect people to the experts where they exist, as Mrs. Mortimer pointed out, so that we're not recreating the wheel, so to speak, but giving people a starting point.
Thank you, Ms. Reb. Okay, and now we're into comments. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't disagree with many of the comments that were raised, and I agree with quite a bit of them, and I do see that there is a need for this, but when I look at the whole picture and the balancing of all the needs that we're working on in the city, and many of you may not be aware, because for the last 8 years, I know myself and others have been advocating for trees, and that's something, and we finally got money for that. So I think this is a great avenue for Mrs. Mortimer to Love My Hood, or to have some form of assistance with a community-led organization that could take this on until we can maybe take on some action items with it as well. But at least I know it's that we are doing something in regards to this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. I want to thank Ms. Mortimer for all this great work that has been brought forth, and appreciate the comments of Ms. McGoldrick. And we do have some priorities that we have to fit this into, and I'm discouraged to hear that we're going to be looking at this and fitting it in.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just conclude with my comments. I want to thank Ms. Mortimer again for coming in and sharing her presentation, and thank staff for being so responsive. So we'll look forward to seeing a couple of items specifically around something on the website that will point volunteers to resources, as well as looking at the business planning process for 2020. Okay, thank you very much. All right, next we have delegates here regarding the notice of motion that Councillor Johnston has to bring forward. So Councillor Johnston, if you can please bring forward your motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you through Acting Mayor Marsh. I am pleased, very pleased, to move this motion regarding coming out against the polarizing Bill 21 passed recently in Quebec. It is important for our city to show that we value religious freedom for all faiths. And I'll read the motion. Whereas hate crimes against religious minorities are growing in Canada, and whereas the City of Kitchener fully supports every citizen's right to choose what they wear and condemns the province of Quebec's legislation to limit that choice, and whereas the city values religious freedom for Sikhs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and people of all faiths, and acknowledges the harm the province of Quebec's Bill 21 can inflict on those who sincerely seek to follow the practices of their faith and dictates of their conscience. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener denounces the province of Quebec's Bill 21, and therefore, be it finally resolved that Kitchener City Council affirms our commitment to the principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion for all of our residents, which includes support for religious freedom and the preservation of the rights of minorities.
Thank you very much. And I know we have seconders for that motion. Councillor Chapman. All right, so next we're going to have some delegates come up. And the first one on my list is Ms. Fazia Mazar from the Coalition of Muslim Women of KW.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh, and through you, Madam Mayor, the council, the staff, and members of the public. First of all, thank you very much, Councillor Johnson, for bringing this motion forward. I'm here to share a short statement from a young woman who's studying at University of Waterloo, couldn't be here because of a recent surgery, which, the recovery period delayed. She was expecting to be here, but she couldn't hear, so she has sent a short statement, and I will finish off with a couple of comments from me. But I want to tell you, first of all, how proud I feel standing here and hearing Councillor Johnson present that motion. That was a moment of great pride for me to show this, to see this show of support for the protection of the rights of the religious minorities and sending this message of bringing people together, unity and harmony instead of politics of division. So thank you, Councillor Johnson, and I hope that the council will give unanimous support to Councillor Johnson's motion tonight. So let me read the statement from the student first. She says, "My name is Fatima, and I'm a student at the University of Waterloo. I'm a visible Muslim woman and a Libyan-Canadian second-generation immigrant. I have lived in this region for essentially my whole life, and I love it here. Seeing Bill 21 being passed and celebrated has been incredibly heartbreaking. It is a reflection of the rising xenophobia and acceptance of it, not only in Quebec, but unfortunately in the country. The state's job is to protect the rights of minority groups, not to curb their personal liberties. The bill is offensive and undermines the fundamental rights that we as Canadians are entitled to and we deeply value. But what has also been shocking is the silence at the federal, provincial, and municipal level. There has been a lack of action and basically any response on this issue, and this has been truly disappointing to me and to countless other communities affected. If our leadership is silent on this crucial issue, I can only fear what could arise down the road, even for us here in Ontario and in Waterloo region. There are many young people in Quebec who will be unable to find employment in their desired field because of this bill, and that could have easily been me. We're just a border apart. Myself, along with countless other young people who have ambitious hopes of working in the public sector, now question whether they will have to sacrifice values that they cherish and hold close to their hearts
to be active and productive members of their communities. Oftentimes, you read a headline as I read the news on this bill passing, or watch a video and forget that these messages are about you because of the sheer volume of them over time. That there are people in this nation that do not want you here as you are, as you choose to be, and believe that something like a scarf, a turban, or kippah could hinder the ability to be what they want to be. I'm fearful of what's to come. We tend to look at our neighbors in the South and believe that we are better. However, it is pivotal that we recognize that xenophobia in so many forms, explicit, like in the form of bills such as this one, and quiet is right here in front of us, and that if we do not take action, the livelihood of many will be at risk. I urge you to speak out and stand up for the rights of all Canadians to enjoy our constitutional freedoms, including the freedom to practice the religion. Please reach out to the communities affected by this bill and amplify their voices, and as you stand alongside them. Thank you. This is the message from Fatima, and as I said before, I'm really glad that it's happening today here in our community. Fatima and myself and a lot of other women have been directly impacted by this bill and the environment that has created this bill, and the bill is feeding to that environment, which is an environment where members of the Muslim community across Canada and in Waterloo region are seeing a consistent and very alarming increase in hate crime and hate incidents against them. So in 2017, the hate crime statistics in Canada saw 153% increase in hate crimes against Muslims in Canada. In Ontario itself, it was 207%. A lot of time, these numbers do not tell us the actual impact of the crime on the individuals that are become victim of these crimes. So the impact of these crimes are not only on the individuals, it's also, these crimes terrifies the whole community. So the impact is isolation, not only for the individual, but for the communities, erosion of their sense of belonging, and really, the most important thing is these kind of acts foster alienation and marginalization for the whole communities, especially when we talk about the youth of these marginalized communities. So I'm so glad that today our council will be standing up and really making it clear for everyone that we send a message of hope over fear and a message of support over hate. And as you know, we all know that when hate becomes legislated in the form of bills like this, it emboldens a lot of people in the nation who have even this slight bit of hate or tendency to discriminate against minorities. So it's really important that our power system is actually really clear about saying that we are not on the wrong side of the history. We're on the right side of the history, and we will stand up for the rights of all Canadians, including religious minorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Ms. Mazar, on this issue, and for coming and speaking so eloquently on behalf of Fatima and on behalf of yourself as well. So thank you, and there are no questions for you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, I apologize. There's no clapping other than when we give presentations. I know it's a little confusing, but so earlier there was clapping. Now there's no clapping. Next we have Ms. Ghazala Fawzia from the Coalition of Muslim Women of KW. Welcome.
So good evening. Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh and councillors, and special thanks to Councillor Johnson for bringing up this motion. And giving this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Coalition of Muslim Women. First of all, I need to admit this is my first time attending any council meeting here and speaking to the council, so that's really very important moment for me, and also a very good experience. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. So my name is Ghazala Fawzia, and I am one of the founding members and current chair of the Coalition of Muslim Women of KW. It is a very historical moment for our organization to witness a motion regarding denouncing Bill 21 at City Council. It is also heartbreaking to see that after 9 years of our existence, we are still addressing the same issue. That was the only reason to bring our organization into being. 9 years ago, we started this organization as our response to Bill 94, which scared us enough to bring us together as a community. Since then, we have been educating ourselves and larger community about our constitutional rights and responsibilities as a faith community and our contribution, participation in the development, progress of this city and our beloved country. We are grateful for residing in a community where our mayor and elected members care about these issues and take actions to ensure inclusion, safety, and religious freedom for all communities. I express my gratitude for the Council for tabling this motion and ensuring equal rights for all Canadians. I also look forward to a unanimous approval for this, for the Council this evening. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for coming in, and you did a wonderful job. As would be expected from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next we have Ms. Mina Wasim, and it's not her first time here at a council meeting. Welcome back.
Hey guys, it's me again. I'm not gonna make you do any activity this time, but actually I am. You know what? Okay, how many of you in this audience have kids? Just raise your hand if you have kids. Okay, pretty cool. How many of them attend elementary, middle, or high school in the region? Pretty sweet. How many of them attended high school, middle school, or elementary school? Nice. There's over an 80% chance that I came and I presented to them about mental health and learning about how their mental health and well-being is impacted by the different stressors they face in their lives. There have been council meetings where I've sat with board members of the YMCA and I've presented to them about well-being in children's lives. I have presented at the WRDSB on Islamophobia and sat as a panelist, and I've spoken at so many of these community events. On top of being an honor roll student, on top of volunteering over thousands of hours, on top of winning tens of awards. And you know what's interesting about all of this? Is that when Bill 21 in Quebec came out, I felt like I had been slapped in the face. It absolutely hurt from the very bottom of my core that regardless of what I had contributed to my community, not even just to the Muslim community, but to the greater KW community, that there was a portion in Canada that felt, regardless of my skill, regardless of my passions, my ambition, none of it was worth it. That I might not be able to be a judge, I might not be able to be a lawyer, a policewoman, because of the choice to wear the hijab, because of the religious symbol that I adorn. Absolutely haunting that my skill does not speak for itself, but the fact that you see me and you see not Mina Wasim as an individual, but you see this extreme group of people who are here to cause violence and harm. And this is dangerous, because if our governments are perpetuating this cycle of hatred, you are telling me, you are telling women, you are telling Muslims, Jewish people, Christian people who share my sentiments that they are not individuals, but that they are part of this big group who only perpetuates more hate. See, let me give you an easy example. Let's take, who shall we pray on today? Councillor Scott Davey. If Councillor Scott Davey is on his phone during a council meeting, boo-hoo, but if he's on his phone during a council meeting, everyone's like, that's Davey again on his phone, whatever. But if I was even in this audience wearing my hijab as I do right now, and I was on my phone, you would see me and you would be like, perhaps if you didn't know me, you would think, that Muslim girl's on her phone. Take that in. That Muslim girl is on her phone. This is not the first time that anyone will ever have thought this way about me. When I am out in public, I am acutely aware that I represent something bigger than myself. I do not have the luxury or the privilege of individuality when I am walking down even the streets in my own neighborhood. That's a luxury that you guys have. It's a privilege that you guys have. And I am urging you, I am pleading, I am begging with you that please do not ever let a young, ambitious, passionate brown girl who wears the hijab, or any other woman, male, anyone who identifies with any faith and adorns a religious symbol from their faith feel this way. Please respect our individuality and help us to be contributing, fruitful members of Canadian society. Please do not alienate us, and please do not let these legislative laws stand in our way. Thank you.
Wow. Ms. Wasim, if you are able, can you please come back to the podium?
If you have questions, is that how it goes?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your impassioned words. And I know you struck at the heart of all of us. We do have some questions. Councillor Singh.
It's not really a question. I just wanted to not lose sight of an opportunity to comment on your words. And you know, I have a young child, 2 girls, 2 beautiful brown girls who I hope grow up to have the confidence and the ability to speak in eloquence and fight for their rights, to be accepted, to be included as members of the society. And I think you touched on a chord which is important, and that's why I think it's important for us to have this dialogue and discussion around this table, even though it's something that's happening in a different province and may yet not, or it does not yet impact us, but again, it sets the stage.
Oh, it's totally impacting us. 207 hate crimes in Ontario, as Fozia mentioned already, like 152% increase. I don't know about you, but I finished high school in June, and that math seems absolutely insane to me. 152% increase, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's also indicative of an overall sense of tolerance, I think, and what's happening in Quebec with Bill 21, I think just plays into that negative rhetoric that has been going on. So this is nothing new, but I think it plays to it, to a larger negative aspect of that in our society, that intolerance. And that's why we do have to speak up against, and that's why I'm saying it's important that we're having that discussion. So what I was quickly about to say was what struck a chord in my mind through your comments, and I think that's why it's important for us to always fight for everyone's inclusion, especially when there are persons who either visibly practice their faith, and they can be of any color, or they're visible minorities, is that you always end up being not just a Canadian, but a Canadian someone else.
Yeah.
My daughters will always be referred to as Indian Canadian and not just Canadians. And I think that's something, a negative connotation that we have to fight against and speak more vocally of. And thank you so much that you came and said what you did.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for your words.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that we have for you.
I just want to say one last time that this was all the Coalition of Muslim Women. Fozia and Ghazala were absolutely, Fozia were absolutely phenomenal. So it's all their hard work that has brought us to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are now into comments. So if anybody wants to click in. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. Thank you for such moving words. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for bringing this forth. And Fazia, when you said when hate and discrimination are legislated, it emboldens people, you're absolutely right. But when we stand up, as I believe we will as a council, and go against this, I hope it emboldens people as well. I'm always incredibly moved on Remembrance Day when we gather to thank those who gave us our freedom. And this is the freedom that we have to believe as we want to believe, or to not believe, to love who we want to love, to accept, to be equal, to be Canadian without any sort of descriptive phrase in front of that. I look forward to voting in support of this, and I would like a recorded vote on it as well to send a very strong message of love and acceptance and equality.
Thank you very much. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just quickly, I think I made some comments through my response to Ms. Bassi, but I'll reiterate some additional things. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Johnston for bringing this forward. And, it's always difficult to stand up sometimes when it doesn't affect us, or it may not be happening near us. But again, it's about the right thing to do. It's about standing up, and the right time is right, and the time is right now because it's happening now. And showing that resistance to such changes speaks to our effort that we would not allow that type of prejudice to take place in our community. And that's really what it is. Unfortunately, what's happening with Bill 21 speaks to more than just separating church and state. It's really validating prejudice, and that's really sad. As a proud Canadian, it surprises me and saddens me that we're really having this discussion, because it never really seemed like something like that could happen here. It's always some far-off place or some close in recent times down south. But again, it doesn't feel Canadian that we would exclude those that want to practice their faith in a meaningful way, but more visibly, and exclude them from segments of our society and the ability for them to find meaningful employment. Although it's disguised as first, for employment in the public sector. Well, guess what? It's in the public sector what would it stop a private corporation to follow suit if its own government is setting that mandate, and doesn't take long, and that's really sad. And through my comments, I hope, and of course, having that ability to speak about it, because Councillor Johnston's motion brought forward, I hope that I can extend a sense of welcome to anyone in Quebec that wants to, practice their faith to our community, because all are welcome. And I'm sure all of us would agree to that sentiment around this horseshoe, and would gladly stand toe-to-toe with Councillor Johnston in support, in sending a strong message and saying this is wrong, and this should not happen, and definitely will not happen here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, all I want to say is thank you so much for coming to us. I don't think anyone around the table would have thought to have initiated a motion of this sort, and the information that you've given us, the framing of it, allowing us to make the connections from what's going on in Quebec to the importance of a statement of this sort here in Kitchener, I think is very honourable. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just make my comments before we, there are more comments. I'm going to make a few comments at the end. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. When I first read this motion, I was obviously aware of what happened in Quebec, and for those of you around the horseshoe that know me, I've always had concerns about our council passing motions that are not specific to municipal politics. I thought it was an even bit more of a stretch for a government that isn't even a government that we influence. I worried about a slippery slope. I know other provinces are dealing with pipelines. Are we going to see pipelines motions in the future? Are we going to see carbon tax motions in the future? But when I heard some of the speakers here, I realized that this issue is more important than some of these other issues we're dealing with, even though there is no indication that our local provincial government is thinking of doing anything like this. But I think it's also important to note that what this motion says, this current council has said, the previous councils have said, we've passed policy on diversity and inclusion. We have a mayor's task force on diversity and inclusion. We have always been this way. And if we need to say it again, then we'll say it again, and I'm happy to do it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I was just reading over the motion again, and I was just wondering if we can take one step further in making sure that this correspondence goes out to the province of Quebec, the province of Ontario, our municipalities within our area. I'm wondering if we can add that so that this word can spread and potentially continue the dialogue on other levels or other cities around the province.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's. I think that's a very friendly amendment to this. In fact, we have had other local councils get in touch with us who are very interested in passing this as well, which is really exciting.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we need an official amendment, or is that understood? You got it. Okay, awesome. So before we put it to vote, I also just want to make my comments. I think that when we wait for those who are affected to bring forward a motion, then we don't have all of the voices in the room. In fact, I think that this issue, it's really important that we who are allies are here in support of this motion, because it's really us who has to speak up on behalf of those who are affected. When you're the one affected by a legislation like the one in Quebec, then you might feel afraid to speak up. You might feel like you don't want to call too much attention to it for fear that it will have the adverse effect of calling attention to those who are in support of Bill 21. But I think it's really important that we send a message, and I too, like the delegates who spoke before, hope that we will see a unanimous support for this motion against Islamophobia. And just a quick note a shout out to Sarah Shafiq, who's unable to be here today, but who was instrumental in getting us together on this issue. Without further ado, recorded vote has been called. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. All right. So the next issue that we have here tonight is we have a delegate to speak Mr. Hal Yeager, regarding an item in our Committee of Community and Infrastructure Services Committee. So I wonder if Councillor Galloway-Seelock, if you can bring that report forward.
I'm assuming it's number 13 with regards to the Yonge Street and Duke.
Indeed it is.
Okay. I will bring number 13 forward from the Community Infrastructure Services, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Yeager, thank you for your patience today. Lots of delegates.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council, for your consideration. Thank you for all your fine work. Another big thank you to Active Transportation and Darren Kropf for making our city more bicycling friendly. The identification of a solution to the barrier of safely and efficiently cycling from the Margaret bike lanes to the downtown is a meaningful contribution toward a less congested, healthier, happier community. That said, there is, of course, one modification I would like to propose, hence my visit to you today. My name is Hal Yeager, and I was assigned the role of interfacing with Active Transportation on the question of a bicycle route through Old Berlin by the Board of the Neighborhood Association. The proposed route through Old Berlin directs cyclists along Margaret to Maynard to Yonge and across Weber to downtown. The route is reversible in the other direction. Having understood the need for a signaled crossing of Weber, our neighborhood association has heard nothing but support for the portion of the contraflow lane along Yonge between Arons and Weber. Yes, the loss of parking will be hard, but the proposed benefit has been generally applauded. We ask for only one small modification, that the route be signed only between Margaret and Arons, such that no contraflow lane be installed on Yonge between Maynard and Arons. Under this modification, cyclists would travel around Hibner Park in the downtown direction and would travel on Yonge coming from downtown. This requested amendment meets the goal of the cycling master plan and also retains 7 much-used parking spaces in a neighborhood that is intensifying rapidly. Approximately 100 new residential units are anticipated at 64 Margaret, with only 15 visitor parking spaces. 234 new residential units are anticipated at 3040 Margaret, with only 16 visitor parking spaces. And a few street parking spaces are likely to be lost in creating entrances to the on-site parking at the developments. These 2 developments alone constitute a 27% in the number of households in the Old Berlin Town neighborhood. Furthermore, Provincial Bill 108 now permits 3 units on every property. We are not witnessing nor anticipating a commensurate supply of parking as we intensify. It should be noted that the parking serves residents throughout the region of Waterloo and beyond, visiting the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery, Centre in the Square, the main branch of the Kitchener Public Library, the St. Louis Adult Learning Center, and other nearby attractions. I have heard reports of people's guests unable to find nearby parking during peak load situations, in a couple cases even giving up on the visit. It is much nicer to be able to share the space and to have the space to share. This proposed amendment offers the option of a win for cycling and a livable neighborhood for the local community. And it leaves the door open to reassess and extend the contraflow lane along Yonge if a further need is actually identified. I request that you please amend the motion by replacing that a southbound contraflow bicycle lane be installed on Yonge Street between Weber Street West and Maynard Avenue and sharrows installed within the northbound travel lane with that a southbound contraflow bicycle lane be installed on Yonge Street between Weber Street and Arons Street West and sharrows installed within the northbound travel lane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yeager. We have some questions for you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager, for bringing us forward. I just wanted to clarify before, because we always ask questions of staff afterwards. You said you had discussed this with staff. Is staff aware or in support of this? And if not, I'm going to give you an opportunity to say your piece as to why it should.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes, I'd like to commend staff on coming to the Neighborhood Association first, asking us the question, proposing the matter, and yes, we responded immediately with a hint that this was likely to be a question even before the open house. Then at the open house, we attended, we made the same information available, and then when we saw the staff report, we sent out a message to Active Transportation, letting them know our stance and our feelings, and I got a response, of course, because staff has been terrific, and then we had a phone conversation to clarify. So it's they're well aware. It's a question, I guess, of balance, and they're prioritizing something and seeing the expedited route as being more important than the 7 parking spaces. And I guess we see that this little bit of Yonge Street between Arons and Maynard is so quiet. This stretch of the community is so safe. It's just not needed there. And the amount of, it's an extra 10 seconds of bicycle riding this route and one more right turn in one direction. So that's a round trip effect total. It's hardly a barrier, and I do it all the time when I bicycle downtown. So that's how we see it.
Okay, great. Could you do me a favor and flip back to the map? I just want to make sure I 100% understand your request here. So right now, the entire yellow line's contraflow, and all you're proposing is the very top portion outside of the dotted line not be contraflow, because they cycle around that route instead.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
And I'll leave the amendment with staff just in case someone wants to pick it up.
There are more questions for you, or I think. Can you please cue in Councillor Gazzola?
My question was answered, and what we're really talking about is that little piece of yellow.
Yeah.
So your suggestion actually gives people a little more exercise, doesn't they? Eh?
I suppose that's true too. Yeah, and I think the neighborhood's very welcoming of the proposal in general, and very welcoming of the possibility of extending the contraflow on this little strip of Yonge, should it actually be merited. But we just don't understand the need presently.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions that we have for you. Questions of staff. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we're clear in the decision. The way I see this is it's really a pro-con thing. Do we value clarity of the route over the 7 parking spaces? Is there anything else that council needs to know making this decision?
Through you, Acting Mayor, one of the things to consider here as well is the behavior of cyclists. So what we do know, and Mr. Yeager was dead on when he said that it's a very small inconvenience in terms of redirection down Maynard Avenue and reconnecting over to Yonge Street. However, what we do know is the behavior of cyclists will be that you will go in the shortest direction possible. The challenge with that here is that when you go in the shortest direction possible, that being Yonge Street, you would then being as a cyclist, you're doing an illegal maneuver. A maneuver in which that we're telling you is perfectly legal in the next block. So it's a very confusing message to send to cyclists. So that's part of the reasoning in terms of the balancing act that staff considered. That's the rationale that we were debating when we chose to support or recommend a contraflow lane on Yonge Street in its entirety rather than deviating around the park.
Okay, and this is something that you don't think could be resolved by signage? Or are you just worried that the cyclists are just frankly going to ignore it?
Signage currently exists, and we do know that cyclists currently ignore it. So it's a matter of behavior rather than signage at this point.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move this motion before us and see where it falls.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Michaud? Okay, Mr. Cronkite, if you can stay queued in, we have some more questions for you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, can you tell me, have you heard from the cycling community that they can't go with this compromise?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this amended recommendation wasn't presented to the cycling community. What was very clear when we engaged the cycling community is that they were very thankful to be able to utilize Yonge Street legally and have a safe crossing of Weaver Street, both of which were concerns for those that cycle.
Isn't it, it's interesting though that the neighborhood is speaking up and become engaged, and to me their request seems reasonable. Does it, can you see any reasonableness to it?
Again, as I highlighted earlier, it's really about cyclist behavior and that legal versus illegal, and understanding that that cyclists will choose the shortest route possible. That's what's occurring today. So the recommendation that staff brought forward is a recollection or a recognition of that.
Well, could we not try this other? I mean, and see if we can't get cyclists to change their behavior a little bit.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to be very clear, this is the proposal by Mr. Yager is how it is currently signed today. We do have a signed bike route that takes cyclists down Maynard to College Street actually as the signed bike route. But again, because of the concerns crossing Weber Street and that direct line, people are currently using Yonge Street, actually activating the signal by using the push button that's meant for pedestrians and crossing at Yonge and Weber illegally.
Okay. Did you say, just can you speak again into the microphone? Did you say crossing legally at Weber Street and Yonge?
Well, technically, cyclists, when they're crossing there, because they've activated the push button, they're crossing illegally because they should be dismounting. It's a crosswalk at that point.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cronkite. You talk about cyclist behaviors, and I know that traffic behaviors, people's behaviors is all that, but what about a traffic pattern? So if people get used to go to a certain way, like I think, and I'm nothing against cycling. I think the cyclists, I think what we're doing with the cycling trails is wonderful, but it seems like we seem to be bending over backwards for the cyclists at the expense, and in this instance, at the expense of a few parking spaces when there clearly isn't enough parking in that neighborhood. And I mean, I think it's worth, as Councillor Davies said, trying this first.
Any question there, or no? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. Mr. Cronkite, the question I have is, did you do a cost analysis of what this would be to switch that route the way that Mr. Yager is suggesting?
Through you, Acting Mayor, we didn't do a costing analysis, but what we're talking about is existing signage. The signed route already exists, so it's a little bit of paint, so the cost here would be, between the two recommendations, is very minimal.
So would we be saving some costs because we're not painting a counterflow or whatever? Or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, again, I would say the costs are generally the same between the two recommendations.
Okay. I really don't have much to say on this. I do recognize the parking situation, but it just seems counterintuitive to what the cycling is and for parking and everything else. It just seems weird to me.
Councillor Davey. Sure.
Yeah, so just a quick comment. So I've just been thinking about this, and this council has put a very high priority on cycling and cycling infrastructure going forward. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They're competing. It's almost a war out there in some sense between the car-centric community and the active transportation community. And I think it's the duty of this council to minimize that the most that we can while still appealing to both. And I think this is a situation where it's a from everything I've heard, it's a very minimal 10-second alternate route to provide some extra parking spaces while still adding cycling infrastructure. It's a middle of the road approach that I think everyone should be happy with. So after having thought about it, I would encourage everyone to support the amendment before us.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to say that I also support the amendment. I think there have been some valid points here in that there are quite an influx, will be quite an influx of additional people in that neighborhood. I'm encouraged to see the way the neighborhood has become engaged in dealing with the issue, and because of that, I don't see it as a big issue for the cyclists. If anything, just a little more exercise for them, which isn't bad. And I think the least we should do is to try working with this amendment and see, watch over it and see what does happen in the next year or so.
Okay,
I'd like a recorded vote when we come to the...
okay. Councillor Galloway Seelock.
Yeah, as I'm thinking about this and the option, I think we're forgetting the fact that just the block previous, there's going to be a counterflow lane and a contraflow, and people aren't going to follow the rules. And I'm worried because we do set cycling as a high priority, and we're deferring to the car now and to the parking spaces that the car needs when we're trying to encourage more active transportation. And so I think in my opinion, it makes sense for us to continue to move forward with staff's recommendation for safety, for continuity, for the legal part of it, where if cyclists do it the wrong way, they're illegally cycling where they aren't supposed to in the wrong direction. And so I think it's something that, while I can appreciate there needs to be some parking, I am going to choose the cycling over the parking for this time.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Just and as the member of the Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee, I heard the other side. I heard the side of the cyclists' perspective, and with the hill, the grade differential between Margaret Avenue and Aaron's, it's quite you go down the hill, and so anybody who is seeing how quiet the street might be at the time that they're cycling, my understanding was that they're going. Can you let me know? Did you consider this recommendation in part because of the grade differential? Because that way we know that cyclists are likely to use the hill to gain the momentum to continue along Yonge Street.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, the grade differential, and I guess you're relating to the speed differential that's created there, that's not something that went into the consideration. Mainly, it really comes down to the legality of biking the wrong way on a one-way street.
Yeah, okay. And is there an opportunity for us to add more parking spaces along Maynard on the other side where the proposed cycling route, where the delegate has proposed a cycling go? Is there additional opportunity for additional parking?
I believe that parking currently exists there, but I can double check, and we can definitely review to maximize parking in the neighborhood.
Pardon?
We can definitely take a look at that area and make sure that we're maximizing parking in that area.
I'd really like to see that we can maximize the opportunities for parking in that area. I can recognize both sides of this issue, and being the ward councillor, it's something that I want to make sure that the residents have sufficient parking. At the same time, I want to make sure that the cyclists have a safe route and a connected route. So it's a tough issue. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. Having the benefit of knowing this area, for doing some parking there and visiting this area quite a bit, and I do recognize the need for the parking, and it's knowing that it's such a small stretch. You know what? I am going to side with the parking because I know the cyclists are just going to ride anyways. They're going to just do it, and I just hate to take away that precious parking, because to me this seems so weird to me to be saying this, but I know the parking there is so minimal, and to take that many spaces away would be very detrimental to that area. And so I will be not supporting I will be supporting Councillor Davies' motion and the residents' wishes on this one.
Okay, and with that, we're going to have a recorded vote. On the amendment, yes, put forward by Councillor Davey and seconded by Councillor Michaud. And that passes. All in favor? All opposed? And it carries. All right. And now we're going to vote on the motion as amended, on number 13 as amended. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. All right. Thank you very much. We have a few more delegates in the audience waiting patiently. And so next we have a delegate regarding Councillor Ioannidis' notice of motion regarding disposable wipes. So Councillor Ioannidis, can you please bring that forward?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. So, just going to go to the first one. So I'll read out the motion that I'll be that's put forward is, whereas the province of Ontario, we're dealing with this one in particular with the delegate, is it the wipes? Okay, all right. So it's...
We got some serious topics and some less to...
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas in 2018, the City of Kitchener implemented a sustainable funding model water infrastructure project, WIP, for the city's water, sanitary, and stormwater infrastructure to ensure the safe delivery of these valid utilities. And whereas in 2018, a multi-year initiative approved through the WIP has already improved several key measures of water quality, and proactive maintenance has reduced the risk of flooding in high-risk areas. And whereas in 2018, the city has already seen a number of impacts due to the implementation of WIP, including 48% decrease in complaints related to discolored water, storm mains repairs increased by 27%, 300 metric tons of sediment removed from catch basins, and 2,200 properties protected against backflow and cross-connection contamination. And whereas single-use wipes are a $6 billion industry and growing, and are now being advertised as the clean alternative to toilet paper and are safe to flush. And whereas there is no one standard for what the word flushable means, and whereas single-use wipes are in fact not safe to flush as they are buoyant, are not biodegradable, and are unable to break down into small pieces quickly, and whereas single-use wipes accumulate in the sewer system and eventually clog the sanitary sewer system, costing municipalities hundreds of millions of dollars in additional repairs and maintenance costs each year to municipal sewer systems across the country. Whereas there is a lack of public awareness of the impact caused by non-flushable wipes being flushed down toilets, and consumer education outreach could play a large part in reducing the impact. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener lobby the federal government to review regulations related to consumer packaging on single-use wipes to remove the word flushable, and be it finally resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the local members of Provincial Parliament, the Region of Waterloo, and all municipalities within the Province of Ontario.
Thank you very much. So now we have a delegate, Ms. Barbara Robinson.
Oh, thank you. Last time I was here, they didn't lower the podium, and I was peering over, so I asked that it be lowered. Mayor Marsh, members of council, staff, former colleagues, thanks for having me here. I see we're mobbed with people to talk about flushable wipes at this meeting. I work in sewer systems. I work for municipalities across Canada on sewer systems, and I've been working in sewer systems for 30 years, so I know one or two things about them. I'm going to tell you about why flushable wipes are a problem now and they didn't used to be, and what that means for your sewer systems here, well, across Ontario. I'm going to talk a little bit about resident behavior around changes that need to happen with around flooding, anything to do with sewers. And then I have some comments on advocacy that you could do that might be useful to you. So first of all, flushable wipes only became a problem about 10 years ago because we didn't used to use flushable wipes. I mean, we use them for diapers or whatever, but you threw out the diaper with the flushable, or with the baby wipe, pardon me. The wipe manufacturing people started marketing them for adult hygiene, cleanliness, whatever, and they're making a lot of money from these flushable wipes. Now, what's important to know, and in my industry, so these terms, the term flushable, as far as the people I work with understand, means that the flushable wipe can pass through the toilet, through the P-trap in your toilet. That's what flushable means. What we really want in sewer systems are things that are dispersible, which means they'll dissolve, like break down in a sewer system. So in that sense, the term flushable is correct because it will pass through your toilet, but it's going to get hung up. It can get hung up anywhere else between your toilet and the sewage treatment plant. So dispersible is something else. So basically, if you think about, first of all, you all know, I'm sure, you should only ever flush bio-waste and toilet paper, nothing else. So in terms of dispersibility, if you think of single-ply toilet paper, you put it in your toilet and it kind of crumbles, and two-ply hangs around longer, three-ply is stronger than that. Kleenex even, it shouldn't be flushed because it has too much structure. Paper towel, forget it, because it's built to stay together when it's wet. The reason flushable wipes are a problem, well, first of all, they're made with, most of them have plastic in them. And what happens is the fats, oils, and grease that naturally occur in sewer systems, because we discharge them from our bodies and also down the kitchen sink or whatever, even though we all scrape all your grease off your things before you do the dishes, I'm sure. So the flushable wipes, the fats, oils, and grease stick to the flushable wipes, and then the other flushable wipes stick to them, and then we start the formation of fatbergs. And I should have brought you pictures because they're really attractive things. Anyway, yeah, I have lots of great pictures, but anyway, municipalities across Canada, the US, Europe are all seeing fatbergs now. There was a fatberg a few years ago in the city of London that was the size of a bus, and there was one in the south of England fairly recently, and literally it takes sewer workers like weeks to go down there. You can imagine, like, it's a pretty distasteful sort of job pulling, because it collects all the, it's disgusting. Anyway, but in terms of operating your sewer system, flushable wipes get caught in your sewer system, and they can even be small, the fatbergs. Even a small fatberg can cause a backup or a basement flood. I mean, it doesn't have to be the size of a bus. And some of your maintenance operations, flushing and all that, there may be fatbergs in there and the guys might not even realize when they're doing the flushing. So they can form anytime, anywhere, including in local sewers here. The other problem with them is they get to pump stations and they get caught up in the impellers, and again it makes a big, greasy, disgusting, smelly mess, and the pumps will shut down. So all of our pump stations, I imagine, have backup pumping or backup power or whatever, duty and standby pumps. However, it still is an emergency visit out to that pump station, the labor to clean those impellers. So it's costing you, because I've interviewed people around the local municipalities, it's costing you money to maintain these systems. So I'm just thrilled that you've brought this up. So in terms of resident behavior, one of the things, I'm running out of time, one of the things I find in my work, because I'm constantly trying to get residents to do things like, put in backwater valves or get their lateral tested or cleaned or cambered or whatever, people are more likely to change their behavior if they understand that not changing their behavior may cause them a problem. So I always remind people, you own the sewer from your house to the property line, and if you use flushable wipes and your lateral's getting old or there's roots, which are very common, and the flushable wipe gets caught there, you're going to flood your own basement. So I was just going to suggest, as you're messaging and thinking about this, if you remind residents the impact it might have on them, that helps, that people are more likely to change behavior. And also with the advent of climate change, of course, flooding is becoming more common, and I know we don't tend to have flooding here. We had flooding here last spring. But if you've got blockages in your system, even one that's not totally blocked but partially blocked, it increases the risk of flooding, and municipalities are now finding themselves more at risk of this kind of thing, and lawsuits are starting to crop up. And so, there's a lot of reasons why we should do better about this. So somebody asked me a question about advocacy, and then I can answer that over my time. Please.
We do have some questions for you.
Awesome.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you for coming in and making your presentations. So just one question. Do you have any thoughts on advocacy?
Any cost?
Any thoughts on advocacy?
Oh, well, thank you, Councillor David. As a matter of fact, I do. So jurisdictionally, in the U.S., my industry, so I sit on international sewer committees, as you can imagine. So my industry has been working on this for about 10 years. We have been working with meeting the flushable wipes industry, and there's legal things going on. And so we've been at this for a long time because this is a problem everywhere. So there is already a lot going on, certainly in the U.S. I think there is in Canada as well, but I didn't have time today to look it up. Some things, things are happening. However, it's complicated because that's probably a federal regulation, but sewers are operated municipally, so it's the jurisdiction is a little complicated. But the more municipalities, bring it to the attention of the government, whatever, and whether it's Ontario, I think it would be a federal Food and Drug Administration. Oh, I'm not sure. Anyway. The more municipalities come forward with this, the better. And the other reason I wanted to come tonight is just the more people understand just the basics of this kind of thing, then, you talk to your constituents and the more residents will hear or whatever, because I hope you guys will all go tell all your residents all that when you get home tonight. So, yeah, and the other thing is there is an expert on flushable wipes that works at the City of London, Barry Orr, and he travels the world talking about flushable wipes, so he's probably already got some ideas. Like you aren't the first municipality to say, geez, what are we going to do about this or whatever. So I'll send the contact information for him. If somebody should contact him and figure out there might be a whole group doing advocacy together. And of course, you'd probably be more effective if you did that. So thank you. Excellent question, Councillor Davey.
All right, thank you. Yes, please do send along that information. We do have another question for you, Councillor Johnston.
Oh, thank you. I was going to ask you the same thing about advocacy, but I will ask it a little bit differently. I'm going to say, in terms of education of people, and to go back to a point that you made, I think that to make people move on something, you got to show them the money and how much it would cost them in their house if they had a problem with this. So. Ballpark figures? Do you have any ballpark figures?
Oh, yes. So when I do media and I talk about this, if you have to get your lateral, a basement flood, it depends on what you've got in your basement, but not only is it costly, the average basement flood cost is like $40,000. Probably not from blocking your personal lateral. That would be cheaper. I don't have to get into that why, but to have to replace your lateral, $7,000–8,000. Then your insurance premiums might go up. There's a lot of things, but municipalities across Ontario have offered to pay for residents to install backwater valves or to have their foundation drains disconnected, all kinds of things to minimize flood risk. And even in areas where people have actually flooded, the uptake is not great, say 40%. In areas where there has been no flooding, uptake of some of these programs is 5%. And the municipality is literally giving you the money to put in a backwater valve or disconnect your downspouts or whatever. And so people don't know about sewers. They don't know they own a piece of sewer. So, it's just out of sight, out of mind. But with flooding being more common, I think it's starting to become more on people's radar screens. Whatever.
Good, we'll chat further later.
Pardon me?
We'll chat further later.
Oh, yes, about flooding, yes.
All right, those are all the questions we have for you. Okay.
Thank you.
I think. Yes? Click. Okay. So any questions of staff? All right. Comments. Please click in for comments. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. I would like to second this motion. I recall from our infrastructure tour at the Wilner Trail Sanitation Station the big pile of flushable wipes that have been pulled out, and seeing that and just the absolute mayhem that it can put into our sewage system. So on behalf of our staff and in support of Councillor Ioannidis, I'm happy to second this and support the motion.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. Originally, when 6-7 months ago, I watched a documentary on this, and it just shocked me on the costs and everything else. And what really was shocking was that no one was even talking about this, or no one was like really advocating for this issue, and you know, it really was really surprising to me. And when I see our Federation of Canadian Municipalities and all the municipalities asking for money for infrastructure and everything else, and we're begging the feds to give us more money for infrastructure, and we have our own programs for accelerated infrastructure, when a real easy fix would be to eliminate this. But I know, recognizing that this is higher than us, and that this should be dealt at a federal level, but to me, there's a huge business case here that I think makes a lot of sense, that will not only save our residents, if this can get some traction, a lot of dollars in their infrastructure. And I was glad Mr. Robinson showed up, because I know, having through property management and owning properties and dealing with stuff that's been flushed down the toilet and the damage that it does cost, is rather significant. And I think any advocacy on this, that part, and education will, towards residents, will hopefully they'll understand that these items are not flushable. And well, they are flushable, but they're not biodegradable. And also, this was what I heard loud and clear too from residents as well at the time when I put forward the motion on the climate change emergency, not to rest on our laurels. And so this was another reason why I wanted to put this forward, was to make sure that we keep advocating and keep the momentum moving forward. And in the future, there will be more from me. And so, so again, this is something that I think to me, is something that will have significant impact if there is some traction to it. And I hope more and more municipalities, and I hope the feds, and I hope even the province or whoever can advocate for us will pick this cause. And knowing that as well, that during election time for the environment is one of the big causes that are issues that are being discussed, and I think, hey, here's something here like we can work with. So hopefully this will be passed unanimously. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but I think as well, you know, earlier today I had some engagement with some residents that had concerns about other issues in Ward 7, and you know, this is an issue that deals with Ward 7, but it also deals on a worldwide issue. So I think this is rather important, and to that resident, I'm not forgetting about the issue that he has concerned with, have talked with staff about it. And so I wanted to let that resident know, if he's watching, because I think he said he was going to be watching, that we'll be looking after that as well. So that's all I have with this.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we'll take a vote. So all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, next we have a delegate for Councillor Ioannidis' other motion regarding producer requirements for packaging. So back to you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Marsh. I need lots of water to read all these things. This has been sorry, I wanted to mention that the previous motion was seconded by Councillor Schneider. This one is seconded by Councillor Singh. So whereas the province of Ontario, through the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, has posted a discussion paper entitled Reducing Litter and Waste in Our Communities, and whereas producer responsibility has not been adequately addressed by the province of Ontario, and whereas a successful deposit return program for single-use plastic, aluminum, and metal drink containers has been in existence in other provinces of Canada, including Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and British Columbia, and whereas these successful programs have eliminated many of these containers from the natural environment, and whereas the City of Kitchener is committed to climate action and understanding our role as a municipality in the globalized world and the need to be prepared for the effects of climate change, and whereas the City of Kitchener has declared a climate emergency with the directive to provide continued support to corporate and community climate action. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener call upon the Province of Ontario through the discussion paper entitled Reducing Litter and Waste in Our Communities to review and implement a deposit return program for single-use plastics, aluminum, and metal drink containers, and be it further resolved that the Province of Ontario be requested to review producer requirements and look for extended producer responsibility for all packaging, and be it finally resolved that the resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the local members of Provincial Parliament, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Region of Waterloo, and all municipalities within the Province of Ontario.
All right. Thank you very much. And you have a seconder? Yep. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Mayor, and glad to second the motion. And it's really a day of advocacy, and rightly so. Why not, right? We have to place that challenge for us to do things better, and this is just one additional example of that. So I think we need to start encouraging a better aspect of how we can improve our environment, drinking water, and inclusivity, so which is great. I do want to request for a change as a seconder. Hopefully I can. I don't know if it needs to be an amendment. It seems a minuscule. In the last, therefore be it resolved, I believe. It's just where recyclable plastics instead of single-use plastics, so alternate it with recyclable plastics. And one of the therefore statements, is it there? Yeah, third whereas. And this is actually at the bequest of Acting Mayor Marsh, who saw that and wants it as a broader term, and I agree with her change, just as she's chairing the meeting, she can bring forward that change and requested I do that, so.
Okay, thank you very much. The clerk would like to see that written out.
So it's just recyclable plastics instead of single-use plastics. It's not right.
Okay, all right. So next, are there any questions or comments? Pardon? Oh, well, that's right, and there is a delegate. And so we have Mr. Robert Todorovic. Thank you for hanging in with us in this.
Hello, Madam Mayor Marsh, City Council, and staff. This is my first time ever speaking. I'm a little nervous, so hopefully you can be patient.
We're not going to bite. You don't worry. You're going to be good.
I was listening to the radio today, and Bill was doing an interview on 570 News regarding single-use plastic, and the problem that I have as a citizen is, we've all watched videos or documentaries on the pollution. Putting a deposit on a plastic bottle is not going to save the problem. It's not going to save the problem. Because it doesn't matter if this thing costs 5 cents or 25 cents. Some people, they just don't care. They're just going to toss it. The problem I have is Kitchener means a lot to me. I've lived here for 43 years. I've been here since the beginning when the blue bin cycle started. I've seen ups and I've seen downs with the blue bin. You guys need improvements on the blue bin and a recycling program that gives you a refund for a plastic bottle is not going to fix the problem. There's third world countries that don't even have a recycling program. By us band-aiding a problem isn't going to fix the problem. This is a bottle of water right here. This is an aluminum bottle. Now, if you want to give a refund for something that actually can do something and be turned into something without harming our wildlife, our fish waters, this is the solution right here. Coca-Cola is going to be the first one to come out with bottled water to a mass scale. This, Nestle, you guys have control because you guys are government. Kitchener is the leading role model for this blue bin program. Why can't you suggest to Nestle to come out with aluminum bottle? And I'm not just saying I'm picking on Nestle, but I'm also a courier for Skip. I've done over 10,000 deliveries. Do you know how much single-use plastic I've delivered to people? It's absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I can't even believe it. When I have to give the food to people, I want to ask them, what are you going to do with that? Straws. One person paid for Mr. Sub for 6 bottles of water, $30. For 6 bottles of water. Do you think they're going to care about 5 or 10 cents from a recycling program? The problem is when plastic goes in to the landfill or it gets littered, it's not getting cleaned up. The recycling program has failed. This is the biggest problem. Plastic has to go. Back in the olden days, I'm sure you've had pop when it cost 25 cents or 15 cents in a glass bottle and it tasted really good. I apologize, I don't know your name, sir. But like glass and aluminum is more sustainable. This bottle of water right here, do you guys know how long this bottle of water will last compared to this one? This bottle of water expires in 2 years. This bottle of water expires in 50 years. If we ever had a natural disaster and we needed water, would you want it stored in this or in this? Now, I know you guys have a big task in hand, but we are the leaders of this Blue Bin program. And the community, I'm actually embarrassed that there's not more people here talking about this, because this is a huge problem. It's not a Kitchener problem. This is a world problem. And Canada is a first world country, and we have to be leaders. This is never going to go away in a third world country if a first world country says, we don't want this no more. You guys can make this happen by saying, we don't want plastic no more. If we have to go back to glass, so be it. Some stuff from the past, you know, if it works, why change it? Because it looks more appealing? We can see, oh, it's orange pop, or it's root beer, or it's, you know, whatever, Mountain Dew. It's all eye appealing. That's what plastic is. So we can see our product. You're getting a pop. We all know what a pop is. We don't need plastic. Plastic is like, we don't even know the problems yet with all the plastic. We've been drinking bottled water for the last about 20 years. We still don't know all the problems that we've encountered by this product. And not only our fish and wildlife, they're getting affected by this. And they're saying like 2050 that we're gonna have more plastic in the water than fish. Like 25 cents or 5 cent deposit is not gonna fix in time for 2050. To fix 2050 is to ban this product. They've got rich off this product. They can switch to this, and if they need a name, Crown Bottling Service in Mexico makes all the pop cans and everything for everyone pretty much in the world.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you very much for your comments. We may have some questions for you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you for coming in. Excuse me, I didn't catch your name. Is it Robert?
Yeah, Robert Torovich.
Robert, thank you so much for coming in. I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and I appreciate everything that you've said. And one of the things, the reason why I'm putting this forward too, because I know the federal government is looking at banning single-use plastics. Mm-hmm. So why I'm putting this forward is to provide an alternative. So back in the olden days when you got your milk or you got it was a deposit system. So that way it would encourage residents to reuse those instead of just throwing them away or breaking them or whatever it is. So that's the reason why I put this forward.
Yeah, I know. I'm not bashing you for it.
I know you're not bashing me.
I appreciate what you're doing. But back in the day, it was either aluminum or glass. We didn't have plastic.
And if that's a Coke product and that's what they're doing, and if that's a suitable to what the standards are, then good for Coke. But until that day comes, like as you say,
like even Japan's doing it with like juices and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We got to start pushing, or I can't, but the government can start pushing.
Again, and that's another reason why I'm putting this forward is to keep hammering everybody and let them know we need to change, we need to change, we need to constantly change. And so I know this deals with at a greater level and it can't be solved in Kitchener or anything, but that's the reason we got to start somewhere. We got to keep pushing forward.
I appreciate
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
There are no other questions for you, but I want to thank you again also for coming in. And as much as you want to put more weight into what the government of City of Kitchener can do, I want you to not forget that no other group other than a small group of committed citizens has been able to change major things in the world. So Margaret Mead said it much more eloquently than I just did. But basically, you never underestimate the power that you have as a citizen to write to your MPP, who has the power to change our legislation around packaging and to start a petition, because they are elected. And just as we are, and we're doing what we can to advocate tonight, if it passes, to the province. But it's also now as citizens, all of us can now advocate to make that change at our provincial level and federally, to join the ranks of leaders around the world who are already taking steps. You have excellent points. We need to really change what we're doing. We need to do it quickly. And so thanks again for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, Paul's amendment needs a seconder, I'm told. Councillor Johnston. Now, we are going to vote on the amendment first. The reason for the amendment, if I may, was just because, as Councillor Ioannidis already pointed out, the federal government has already announced a ban on single-use plastic, and we're not advocating regarding that. We're advocating specifically just around recyclable plastic to go along with the other materials. So all those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? That carries. Next, let's vote on the motion. All those in favor? That carries. Those opposed? I didn't see a certain voter. Did you vote? Yes. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Are there any other delegates in the audience that missed signing up? Okay, so now we're going to go back to reports of committee. Which is really one committee. So back to you, Councillor Galloway-Sealock. We've already dealt with number 13.
Right. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that items 1 through 12 and number 14 be approved.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh. We are now approving the report of the committee Committee on Infrastructure Services Committee meeting. Please click in if you have a...
Just ask.
Yeah, is the pilot project on here? The 48
speed limit, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to speak to that.
Okay, absolutely.
So I'm not sure what number it is. I'm lost right now.
Okay, that's fine. Just turn to the back. So we've got, what number is that? Number 12. That the proposed neighborhood speed limit review pilot project outlined in Development Services Department report be approved?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think what we've got before us is, where what we approved at committee was 3 proposed areas which have been identified. And I think it's a great idea to proceed with this pilot project and to collect qualitative and quantitative data to determine the impact of reduced speed limits on residential roads. I agree with staff, and this is with an exchange I had earlier in the last day or two, that downtown neighborhoods are different in character and density than the neighborhoods that were chosen. They're not the same. I don't doubt that speeds are generally lower due to narrower roadways, a more mature tree canopy, and the higher presence of other modes of travel, such as the LRT, buses, cyclists, and pedestrians. I think this information is information that could be very useful as we try to decide whether the city wants to introduce a 40-kilometer-an-hour limit across the board, whether enhanced traffic calming measures would suffice, or a combination of both. I decided to go back through my email to see how many speeding complaints I'd received since January in Ward 9. The total is 20, and this does not include phone calls I have dealt with separately. This is a lot higher than the 7 listed in the August 12th staff report. And I realize that staff would not necessarily know about all of these complaints, so I'm not questioning their data. I'm just trying to provide a more realistic overview of the problem. Some of the comments that accompanied these messages, and this is sort of my qualitative presentation, are things like, it's a time bomb. It's an accident waiting to happen. We do not feel safe. Students don't feel safe. It's a nightmare. With school closures, students have to walk further across busy streets. So I would like to request that a downtown neighborhood be included in the pilot project that would be in either Ward 9 or Ward 10. I believe that including a downtown neighborhood in the pilot project would produce a more comprehensive overview of what we're dealing with. We can think of it as a control sample, a sample area that we already know the traffic patterns of, and things that calm traffic, as already mentioned. I'd be happy to work with Councillor Marsh and staff to come up with a neighborhood that would make sense. So I don't want to propose a particular neighborhood because I don't have the data across the 2 wards. But I would like to request that a neighborhood in the downtown area in either Ward 9 or 10 be part of this pilot project. These are just my notes. I don't have this.
So that's an amendment that to that. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Well, I don't know what to say.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock. Okay. All right. Are there any questions or comments regarding that amendment? Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, it sounds like a conversation's already happened, so I'm assuming staff are prepared for this to come forward.
Question of Mr. Cronkite.
Through you, Madam Acting Chair, staff were aware that Councillor Chapman was considering a motion, although staff don't have data in front of us that would allow us to determine where that additional pilot would be should council choose to go in that direction. The one thing that I would caution is that a 4th pilot has not been budgeted for or accounted for, and we want to make sure that when we look at these pilots that we're focusing on a manageable workload, which is another reason we focused in on 3. So this will increase that workload. It will result in more work for staff.
Yeah, do you have an approximate, not knowing the exact area that it would encompass, do you have a ballpark figure on what that additional one would cost?
I do not. Part of the challenge with wards 9 and 10 is that they're more of the pre-World War II grid pattern networks. So when we look at the number of connections to the arterial road network, there's significantly more. So a pilot in the downtown Ward 9-10 boundary type area will have more cost than the other pilots that are associated with this report. So we do know that. To what degree, I don't know yet until we've had an opportunity to determine what neighborhood is identified.
So is it something that we could give direction for you to come back with like a sub-report of the overall report to, because we're not doing this until next spring anyways, right? That's when we're starting the pilots?
Through you, Acting Mayor, we were actually intending to launch these pilots in the fall.
Okay. I just forgot. Is there any way that you could still come back with a report with respect to this motion so that we can have a little bit more rationale or costing behind it? It might not start at the same time the other pilot projects do, but would staff be able to put something together?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, if the one thing I did forget to mention is that every one of the 64 neighborhoods have actually been costed out, so that's an error on my behalf. We do have them costed out, but we don't know which one it would be without sitting down and defining that boundary. But as you'll see when you go through this, the downtown neighborhoods are substantially more expensive.
So I guess I still come back to, if it's not that much work, can it come back to a future committee or council meeting for us to, so basically defer it so that we can get that information, you can find the right area, the right amount, and then we can make a decision at that time.
Should council choose to defer the report, we can come back with a fourth recommended pilot location in one of the Ward 9 or 10.
So I'd like to proceed with the deferral to a meeting in the fall. I don't have a date. The sooner the better, but within realistic timeline that staff can actually do the work. So I don't know if Mr. Cronkite has any ideas when he could bring back a report of that nature.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a pretty quick, it should be a pretty quick turnaround. It's a matter of identifying what staff feels would be the most appropriate neighborhood within the defined areas. The substantial body of the report isn't going to change. It's just a matter of a recommendation of an additional neighborhood. Okay. So it's something that can be turned around fairly quickly.
Okay, so I'll say a deferral until either the next committee cycle or the one after that, the next.
So September 23rd is the next council meeting. Is that a date that you foresee, Mr. Cronkite, as workable?
Yeah, that should be fine. That should be achievable.
Okay,
perfect.
September 23rd. Okay, so we'll.
I probably can't defer it because I seconded it. So if somebody else wants to.
We're yet to have additional questions and comments, and so we're going to come back to that deferral motion, and perhaps somebody else will make the deferral. Is that you?
Yeah,
okay.
Apparently, procedurally, I'm not allowed to defer the motion because I seconded the motion.
Okay,
but I would like a deferral.
Got it. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, probably what would be better and cleaner would be if Councillor Chapman would agree to withdraw her amendment and then bring it forward as its own separate motion that could then be deferred. Sounds a little weird, but I think that would possibly be the cleanest.
Pardon me? Because staff still needs a direction.
So, okay, so to not make it sorry, if I can understand correctly, to withdraw this as an amendment now, vote on the actual, and then come back and make this a motion. Okay. All right. So yes, I think, Don't worry, we're going to have a conversation and everybody will have a chance to speak, absolutely. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to deal with the procedural part at the end. What I want to do is have a fulsome discussion about this topic, and then we'll do the right votes at the right times after we've heard from everyone who wants to speak, okay? All right. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we are discussing what now then? Are we still discussing the original motion, or are we discussing Councillor Chapman's?
So we're discussing either one.
Okay.
If you want to speak to just the item before us, that's fine, or the amendment, or both.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to track. Yeah, just a question of Mr. Cronkite. Why did you go with 3 pilots in the first place?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it really is about the magnitude of the pilot itself. We've chosen areas that we feel adequately represent the data, both qualitatively and quantitatively, that we would like to collect. And at the same time, it's a manageable scale that staff can work with. Adding an additional pilot area in all likelihood won't generate any additional information that, I mean, it'll be useful information, but we feel that we can get sufficient information from those 3 pilots. So we wanted to make sure that we focused on, again, on a manageable scale that was both cost-effective and reflective of what we believe Council is trying to achieve through this program.
Okay, and I'm recognizing that, that Mr. Reben is in here as well, but are you able to comment now, or would you require more research whether staff has the staff complement to do 4 instead of 3?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I am confident that we have the staff complement in transportation services to be able to handle an additional pilot should council go in that direction.
Okay, that's good. And last question, sorry, I don't have the dollar value in front of me. Can you remind me what the total cost for the 3 pilots was? I just like that as a ballpark reference for the cost per.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the total cost of the 3 pilots at this point was projected to be $35,900.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The only, I don't know, I guess the only wrinkle I would put forward, and I guess, sorry, one last question. As an alternative, if one of the other pilot areas was removed and replaced with one in Ward 910, would you have any concerns with that? So we're still at 3 and still in the approximate same budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, staff were very careful in selecting the pilot locations that were chosen. We do feel that there is merit to all 3 pilot locations. So I would recommend that we move forward with those 3. I think what the discussion really needs to focus around whether it's these 3 pilots or these 3 pilots in addition to a downtown pilot.
Okay, that helps. And sorry, can you remind me the funding source again?
At this point, it's the existing traffic calming budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Cronkite. You had mentioned if we go with a 4th, will it slow the process for a fall start for the study, or will it push it back into the, I don't know, spring? Or did you do a winter study, or how long does it go?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we do defer this to September the 23rd, I'm confident that we'll still be able to launch all 4 pilots this fall. The intent of launching them this fall is really so that we can collect data in all 4 seasons before we report back to committee and council. So there is a desire from staff to ensure that we launch these this fall to meet those timelines.
Okay, and just one more question now. You probably answered this, but I'm going to ask it again. In your opinion, if we went with a 4th and the additional cost, would it make a difference?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm confident that through the 3 pilots, we can collect substantial qualitative and quantitative information that will allow us to make an informed decision for what we'll call phase 2 of this program.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cronkite, do you find when you get complaints from people about traffic that they come from all across the city?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think all of council can speak to the number of requests they get for speeding in their neighborhoods, and it's a common complaint that we hear throughout the city. Yes.
Yes, thank you. And that's my concern here, and that's something that I brought up when we first had the discussions around this, is that as a pilot project, I think that everybody in their ward hears about, it's the number one issue that we heard about at Doors. It's the number one issue I know myself that I have complaints about, and I feel that if we start to add another pilot project here, I'm in a ward that's not going to have a pilot project, and I'm going to hear from my residents to say, well, why didn't you fight to have me, our ward, also added to this? And I feel that this is a slippery slope to go down. We decided as a group that we were going to have a pilot project to do 3 and not across the city. We would all like to have this, but that for staffing reasons, for costing reasons, I think it's prohibitive to move forward with that. I think it's either got to be what we currently have in place now, or we need to move it to everybody, because we are all about to hear about that from our constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
To think that we came this close to passing all the recommendations in that committee. I'm not prepared to move from where we're at. We had an opportunity at the committee meeting to have a thorough discussion on this. What we're doing here now is having a discussion with staff. Staff made their presentations. It's now up to council. The buck is here. I don't see, we'd all like to have be part of the study. I noticed the study did 2, 4, and 5, and 3 was left out, but c'est la vie. Staff did a very thorough job in coming up with the criteria as to what should be picked and for whatever reason. So if we didn't like their criteria, we should have hammered it last week at committee meeting and changed it. We didn't. We accepted their criteria. I'm not hearing any explanations as to criteria that fits Ward 9 or 10 or 6 or 7 better than we've already discussed. So quite frankly, I think we need to start to move on. I know Mr. Cronkite is saying that, yeah, that they'll provide the staff and all that, but I can see if you increase his task by 1/3, I can see that it's other things that are not going to get done or be susceptible to be slowing down. So I think we had this discussion. We had a long discussion. We came up with an area. Now let's move forward. So I won't support increasing the test area, and I won't support a deferral. I just want to go home.
Not yet. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. I'd like to assume, and I'm probably correct, that Councillor Chapman is not trying to circumvent the process and just include something that would benefit or improve, area or parts of the area that she represents. I think she said that she feels that there may be additional data that could benefit the pilot project by having downtown included. But what I'm hearing from staff, and that's why I was open to that suggestion, that that's not necessarily the case. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the other is, why did not staff, just so that if we go in the direction which I think more encouraging, that we accept the pilot projects already outlined by staff with the funding model that's already been articulated, rather than making alterations at this point or deferring it to a later date. Why did staff not choose a downtown boundary or area as part of the pilot projects?
Sorry, Councillor, Mr. Cronkite.
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor. We chose the 3 pilot locations specifically because of the characteristics. These are the types of neighborhoods where we do know that we have the highest rates of speed, and we also know that if we are going to affect change, these are the types of neighborhoods that we are going to be able to affect change in. When you talk about other neighborhoods, when you talk about downtown specifically, we know that the speeds are generally lower, and the need for a lower speed limit, again, is lessened. So we were very specific with the neighborhoods that we chose to try to have the biggest impact that we can with the pilot. And if we're successful in those neighborhoods, we know that we can then be successful throughout the city.
And that's really what I thought as well. I think you have kind of answered that question in other formats as it was asked, why or the benefits of including downtown. And I think it goes to my clarification that the downtown boundary is already not as wide, more narrow roadways, and because of just general congestion. That's not related to a suburban neighborhood. So I agree with some of the other comments made. I really think we need to make a decision on this. I don't think we will really gain to defer this to get more information when we know the cost will be in the 11 to 15,000 more, including perhaps staff costs. It really just doesn't add more. I think the data that's going to be received will be appropriate for citywide purpose, and I think we need to just move forward. So I will not support the deferral. I will support the staff or the motion through committee.
Thank you. Before we go into a second round of comments, I'm going to just make a few of my own. I appreciate Councillor Chapman's efforts to try to get the pilot in a downtown ward, because the traffic is there are different conditions there, but I also think that it's important that we make sure that we defer to the expertise of our staff. If they have chosen the 3 sites, in part because they recognize that traffic is a little bit slower in generally speaking, in downtown wards, then so be it. That is surprising to me, because I'll tell you that I get a lot of traffic calming complaints, like traffic speed-related complaints every week, all the time. It's not daily, but it's almost daily, and I think that I'm really just looking forward to the results of this pilot coming back to council, so that we can then move forward citywide and be done with it. I don't feel the need to see more locations for the pilot project at this time. Let's just get it in the fall. I'm very happy to hear that it's going to be in the fall. And should the should the amendment pass, I wouldn't want to see the other 3 locations be delayed at all. If they're able to move forward next week, or in terms of beginning to phase it in, then I'd want to make sure that is our direction to staff. All right. So comments, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah. Just for clarification, this isn't about Ward 9. In fact, at committee meeting, I was proposing that the whole city reduce its speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour. And my motion today, or my amendment, was based on a resident who pointed out to me that there was no downtown ward in this, or neighborhood, because it wouldn't be the whole ward, of course. I will withdraw my motion and my amendment and my deferral. But I also, before I do that, I wanted to point out that the cost of the area, and I'll do this just to expedite things, right? The project was $35,000, but that was only $20,000 of that were for the signage and the installation. The other $15,000, I presume, would not change if you were to add another area. Is that correct?
Mr. Cronkite?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would change as well because that other 15,000 is for education and communication. So if we add another pilot, we have to scale up the education and communication component as well.
Oh, in that area. Okay, well, that's fine. I take the message from everybody around the table, and thank you.
And thank you for bringing it forward. You know, it's something that, you know, it was worth discussing. Next, so it sounds like we've withdrawn the amendment, withdrawn the deferral, and so now we have before us item 12 from committee. Recorded vote has been called on 12. All right, so let's do that. And that carries unanimously. All right. Back to the rest of the Committee and Infrastructure Services Committee report. That has been moved by Councillor Galloway Sealock. So items, the remaining items other than items 12 and 13. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right. Next, we have the report of Heritage Kitchener Committee. Councillor Gazzola.
I'm dealing with the second part. We've already approved the first part. The second part deals with the demolition of a property at 21 Dill Street. And the second part of the resolution deals what is going to be constructed there. After that, what the existing accessory structure is demolished. And there's a condition also here that the final building permit drawings be reviewed and heritage clearance provided by heritage planning staff. Prior to the issuance of a building permit that's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
All those in favor? And that carries. Next, we have the report of the Audit Committee. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ioannidis that the single item from Audit Committee be adopted. That is the 2018 audited consolidated financial statements of the City of Kitchener that they're approved, and it was an excellent report.
Excellent. Really? Councillor? Okay, a recorded vote has been called. And that carries unanimously. All right. Next, we have no unfinished business. Question and answers. Seeing none. Do we have a mover for the bylaws first reading? Councillor Michaud, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. All right. Pardon? Help. Oh, we have a late starter. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have one late starter regarding CIS report number 9, on-street parking regulations concerning North Hill Place.
Okay, thank you, that is noted. Now, do we have a mover to go into Committee of the Whole? Councillor Schneider, all right. Oh, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was doing my paging duties when this came up. Questions and answers, I missed it, okay? I was on the tour. I have a question, if I could, please. I would like to ask staff about the crossing for the LRT for the Vanier area. Where does that stand? Has it been finished? Has the land all been acquired? Can we get an update on that, please?
Mr. Cronkite.
Through you, Madam Mayor, staff are still on track based on the timelines that were submitted previously. With still work that is under the city's control.
So could you just please go over those timelines that we're working with for the knowledge of everyone?
Through you, Madam Mayor, our timelines that were shared previously were to construct by the end of 2019.
So we're going to meet that deadline?
We're still on track to meet those deadlines, yes.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's see here. Procedurally, Madam Clerk, we have a mover for Committee of the Whole, and we did that. Yes. Okay. All right, so I am the chair of the Committee of the Whole, and so I'm just going to keep going, all right? So that the proceedings, I'm moving that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed. All in favor? That carries. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, do we have a mover for the bylaws for the second reading, Councillor Galloway Seelock, including the late starter. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Do we have any questions on the tenders, Councillor Gazzola?
Well, I was going to move them first.
You can move them,
Okay.
yes?
And then I do have several questions.
Please. Go ahead.
Okay, starting with number 1, it's in U.S. dollars. Do we have any options there? Are there no Canadian producers of fire equipment?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Lautenbach.
Well, I don't, when we're looking at a 33% exchange rate.
Through the chair, my understanding is that most fire equipment or fire trucks are typically manufactured in the States, and then they are shipped over to Canada for adding the apparatus and other things that go along with it. And so that's why the tender was in U.S. dollars, to also compare against, what typically we'd see through that process, because that's typically U.S. based in terms of the construction of fire trucks.
So the answer is that there are no fire trucks manufactured and constructed in Canada? Is that the answer?
I can't confirm whether that is truly the case, but I know that typically you do see a majority of trucks actually manufactured within the States itself.
Majority isn't everything. Okay, I'll move on to number 2.
Okay, hold on there, Councillor Gazzola. Are there any other questions on item number 1? Yeah, okay. So then, sorry, go ahead.
No, on item number 2, it deals with our supply of salt during the winter. It's disappointing to see that there's only one bidder. Is there a reason for that? And an added question while you're thinking about it is last year we had a supply problem, did we not? I'm just wondering where we stand for this coming year. It seems to me in February we were searching all over to get some salt. Do we have that covered now?
Okay, Mr. Lautenbach or Ms. McGoldrick? Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the acting mayor, sorry, we were just conferring about the one bidder. So as the report mentions, this is put out through a purchasing cooperative. There are only a limited number of salt suppliers in the province, and so we did receive, there were a couple of bids that were disqualified. What I can say is that, and I did miss your second question, Councillor Gazzola.
No, it was to do with, it seems to me in February last year we had a salt shortage. We were running all over the place looking for salt. Now, has that issue been dealt with, or are we going to be incurring it again?
So through the acting mayor, the issues last year were related to a strike at the mine, and specifically trucking issues in getting the salt from the mine. There was ample supply at the mine itself. It was getting the material out to municipalities and consumers across Ontario. At this point, it looks like those issues have been addressed. We continue through the course of winter to monitor salt supplies and utilize whatever means we can to ensure that we have appropriate supply. So last year, we canvassed other municipalities within the purchasing group as well as outside, and we also looked at and utilized our own hiring trucking firms to do the transport on our behalf as well.
Okay, I didn't realize it was a trucking issue. I thought it was a salt mine issue, but that's fine.
Okay.
Fine, yes.
We have additional questions from other councillors on number 2. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I just wondered what the difference between treated salt and coarse highway salt is. I mean, it's a substantial difference in price.
So the treated salt does have a wetting agent associated with it to prolong the activation associated with the salt product itself. The city actually, and I believe council has toured our operations facility, so we have the capability of providing, doing that mixing and providing that additional treatment within the facility. And so that's why we're looking at the coarse salt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions, Councillor Gazzola?
On item number 4, the snow blowing cul-de-sacs, we were going to do 4 ourselves, and we've contracted out 5. What did we do last year?
So through the acting mayor, last year we had all 9 routes covered by contracted services. That being said, there was a performance issue with one of our contractors, and so we're not continuing with their services.
So what does this do to our budget and our costs?
So we're not anticipating any significant increases in terms of budget. We've looked at the routes themselves and made some modifications to the routes, and then we've looked at which routes that the city which are the plow routes that city staff undertake, and what would be most amenable to incorporating the cul-de-sac maintenance. What this may mean is that on those routes, there may be a little bit of additional time in terms of plowing the road, but it would still fall within the maintenance standard.
Okay, keeping in mind that we're doing several pilot projects dealing with snow this year, right? Will that have any impact on that?
No. So through the acting mayor, no, it won't. The pilot projects are related to the sidewalk maintenance, which is a different set of staff.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions on item 4? Councillor Chapman?
No, mine's on the next item.
Okay, on 5 as well? Okay, and Councillor Singh on 4? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, I'm glad that we're using an approach where we will do some ourselves and the rest we will continue to contract out. Is the effort to see what their results are and differentiating from the two, doing internally and externally, and will that be something that will be reported on as to the results afterwards?
So through the acting mayor, you may recall through the comprehensive winter maintenance review that it was a desktop audit, but that review was performed by the city auditor with the suggestion that we should continue with contracted services. We may have additional learnings through this year. Our intent was not to report back, but to look at normal course of business decisions related to any takeaways from the year.
So there would be some aspect of reflection on how comparison difference of doing it ourselves or as opposed to contracting. And if we continue to move forward with contracting, would we take lessons learned, experiencing ourselves and mandating as part of future contracts?
Yeah, so through the acting mayor, normal course of business on an annual basis is to review what went well and what could be improved in terms of the winter season and taking those lessons and applying it. And so certainly around the contractual obligations of the contractor, looking at performance management, those types of things, those are lessons learned that were applied.
Okay, that's good. And I think it's pretty late at night to really go to the minuscule aspects of this sort of thing. But again, during my time of council, I've had frequent complaints and during winter times, and it's a lot of times related to how we manage snow removal along cul-de-sacs. And I'm glad to see that we are trying to make things better, or that's what I'm hearing. And so I'll try to keep an active eye and see what type of result differences are, because we do need to continue to improve, because it's actively something that gets complained about. So, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman on number 5.
Yeah, is this a service that we've always sourced out, or is this a new thing?
So through the acting mayor, the city has undertaken building condition assessments and energy audits in the past. However, a comprehensive consolidation of looking at the building condition, energy audits, and accessibility has not been done where it's all packaged together. So this is the first time we're providing this service, and typically these types of works, whether it's bundled together or separate, are contracted out.
Okay, because it just seems to me that, you know, given the facility tour we had earlier this year, I mean, staff did a great job at, you know, showing their professional abilities to identify the problem areas and work that needed to be done. So it just seems odd to me that we're thinking about contracting this out at this point.
So if I could just respond to that, the tour that was provided to council, there was building condition assessments completed as part of the leisure facilities master plan, and so we tried to highlight some of those elements. Staff are certainly professionals in building sciences, but they also have a very full regular work day, and so it really does make sense to incorporate a consultant expertise in terms of providing these specialized services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On number 5, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, two things just to help out a bit too. I believe Councillor Gazzola had declared a conflict on item number 3, so I'll move that instead.
Okay, thank you.
But on number 5, I just wanted to check. I was looking at the budget, and the majority, the largest funding source is the Ontario Audit and Accountability Fund. Is that the same fund that the current government announced earlier this year?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, good. So this was the one that initially it came out, we were sort of, to be fair, where I think as a municipality, and I certainly was a tiny bit offended, like, hey, we run a tight ship. But I'm actually really happy to see that we found a way to apply this to make sure that our buildings are more energy efficient, so this is great.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Councillor Davies' comments to applaud staff on the creativity in looking at that angle of an audit and taking advantage of the provincial dollars. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm still not clear on this project. It's a result of a grant that we received. I know the Premier talked about it again in his speech last week at AMO. He talked about, my understanding was the purpose of those grants were to come up with things that were going to reduce our costs in 2020 to help our taxpayers, because the province has turned a number of places where they're eliminating assistance to municipalities. So my question is, what gains do we expect from this study? And is it something that is going to help reduce our tax levy in 2020? Because I thought that's what the purpose of that grant was, and listening to the Premier again last week, that's what it sounded like.
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the acting mayor, we certainly expect to be able to generate savings associated with the findings, in particular of the energy audit, and there's likely some low-hanging fruit that we can capitalize and perhaps make good decisions in terms of the payback associated with the energy reserve that council approved through budget. And so we would be looking to invest in the facilities in terms of energy upgrades to ultimately capitalize on savings. To Councillor Gazzola's question around whether it would result in reductions in the tax rate for 2020, it would be premature to suggest that that would be possible.
I thought that's what the purpose of the grant was for, to help offset things that the province were going to cut out in 2020.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, Councillor Gazzola is correct that the Premier has talked about this program on multiple occasions. What I can advise is that the program details are very specific. We've canvassed the ministry about the intent of the program, and this application was approved by the province, and it fits within the scope of the program as it's been defined in the program requirements. And so we're quite confident, well, it has been approved and signed off by the minister now, that we are fully on side. I wouldn't speak to comments that the Premier himself has made around the program. It's the program details and the agreement with the province that will govern the application.
Thank you very much. All right. So we have, the tenders have been moved, tenders 1, 2, 4, and 5 by Councillor Gazzola. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Tender number 3, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously as well, with the conflict of interest noted. Next, we have item number 2, the applications for cancellation, refund, reduction of taxes. Questions, comments? Councillor Gazzola.
I just wonder, is there any information, there's one substantial item there of $400,000. Can you tell us a little bit what that's about? And the second part, is this something that we're advised by MPAC? We don't do this, we don't just do this on an application. MPAC has to approve it? I'm just wondering if you can just give us some indication of...
Yep. Okay, Mr. Lautenbach, let's give him a chance to answer.
Through the chair, a substantial amount of the large balance is related to a particular property where there was some damage associated with making it eligible for reduction. It is an application-based process, but MPAC does inspect these properties to ensure that there's compliance associated with what's being proposed through legislation. And what's identified in the report is the reasons why, the 6 reasons are where the application has to actually meet that test. And so it is very legislated in terms of what would qualify under this program, but something that does get verified through inspection.
Can you not tell us where it is or what it is?
I can certainly provide the details to council as a follow-up email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, mover for that item, number 2. Councillor Johnston, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Number 3, we've already dealt with one sign, but not the other, and that is the one at 907 Frederick Street, units 3, 4, and 5. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next, we have number 4. Oh, sorry. No, that's not it. Yes, number 4, prohibited dog designation appeal. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Michaud, any questions? All those in favor? That carries. Number 5, appointments to Economic Development Advisory Committee. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Michaud, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Encroachment request at 18 Guelph Street, sidewalk and landscaping. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Schneider, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next, we have an encroachment request on Queens Boulevard and Spadina Road. Councillor Singh, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then we have a land exchange with Waterloo Region District School Board. Councillor Galloway-Sealock is moving it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right. That is it for the committee of the whole. And I'm going to move that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting. Yes. Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I just did have a question on item 9.
Okay.
It is for information only. I'm not sure in council if that needs to be moved out officially or not. It does, so I would move that out for discussion.
Okay. All those in favor to move number 9 into discussion? Put your hands up, everybody. Okay. And that carries. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just one quick question. I went through the totals here, and it looks like we came in way under budget on a whole bunch of things, which is great. But my only question is, are all of the budgeted amounts mirrored by the awarded amounts? And for example, if you look at the very last one, the budget amount was $900,000, and it came in at $282,000. Is there still further allocation of dollars that are coming out of that, or did we just actually do that well?
Okay. Mr. Cronkite.
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, in terms of the last item specifically, that's the 2019 cycling pilot projects. What you see in terms of the amount of the award here was simply the install. There's a significant amount of body of work that's not included within this tender that would apply towards that $916,000. So we didn't just do that good. There's more money to be taken.
That was exactly my question. I'm going to leave it for now because it's getting late in the evening. But in future reports of this nature, if that could just be denoted, it might help, because to me it looked like we saved $2 million when we possibly didn't save anything. So just a point. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So actually, we need to have a motion to that this committee of the whole rise and report. Councillor Ioannidis, all those in favor? That carries. All right. And so I'm going to say it for the third time. Move that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, next we have the bylaws for the third reading, including the late starter. Do we have a mover? Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? That carries. Oh, and we need a seconder. Councillor Johnston had her hand up quickly. All right. Do we have a mover to adjourn? Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? That carries, and that concludes this evening's meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Back in 85, I believe you mentioned, right. for ward councillor, versus when Josh ran at roughly the same age now with like the advent of social media and stuff. I'm just interested to hear your thoughts on, from both of you, like just on
So my thought, when I ran for council in 85, the advice I got from all the pros was you have to knock on every door in your ward. And every ward has about 6,000, 7,000 households. And I got to every door, knocked on every door, and I was a comparative unknown. And that was the key to my victory. Just because when you come to someone's door and you talk to them, they remember that, if you make a good impression. And Councillor Wall did the same thing. I think that was the key to his victory, combined with social media, which there was no social media when back in 85. It was strictly traditional advertising, newspapers, signs, that sort of thing. There is quite a difference, though, between running as a council ward candidate and running for mayor. It's on a whole different scale. And what was really fascinating about my campaign was that I had a core group of 10, and we'd all worked on provincial and federal campaigns. And so we actually brought those techniques into a municipal campaign, which isn't often done. And it was a great group of people. We'd all done all the things, all the various tasks were assigned to us. We could interchange if someone was away. And it was, as I said, very satisfying to see how we took those techniques and used them in a municipal campaign, and successfully. And so that's the transition from being a ward candidate to running for mayor, because there's 50,000 households. And you have to have a pretty sizable budget if you're going to do any kind of marketing. And you have to have, when you're running for a ward, it's your platform and your strategy is usually very much about ward issues. So it's not that hard to develop a platform. But when you're running across the city, you have to come up with a broader based platform that will appeal to people throughout the city. And that, to me, that was probably the hardest challenge for me and our team, was developing that platform. Unlike when you're running a provincial or federal election, that platform is given to you by Party Central, and you're just tweaking it. So that was that, but it was a good exercise that caused me and my group to focus on, what's important for our city, why is it I'm running, what is it that I would like to achieve, and that was the hardest part of running for office, but the most rewarding part.
To just add on to what he said, when I decided I was going to run, I wasn't 100% certain I was going to knock doors. Not because I didn't think I needed to knock doors, but because there's so much more to it than just knocking doors. You need to have had a presence in the community. It'd be very difficult for somebody who hasn't done anything in the community to suddenly decide to run. But I had a lot of people who kind of mentored me through this process, and a lot of people I reached out to and asked for advice, and the one thing I heard loud and clear was to go out and knock every door. So our marketing team put together my pamphlet, and I think Mayor Davis would agree with this, you have to knock the doors. And one thing, and I'm not trying to give my opponents in the next election tips, but you can't just put it in the mailbox or put it in the door and walk away. That's not knocking doors. You have to knuckles knock on the door, and you want to talk to people. And when I knocked, even when I knocked with my fiance or with Tammy or Amanda or a couple of the volunteers who came out and knocked with me, I was on the street with them. So they'd knock a door, and if somebody started talking, I'd go back, and not everybody answers their door. And I mean, out of the 4,000 doors that I knocked, I probably talked to 1,000 people, but I won this election with 1,000 votes. So that makes all the difference. And the social media, great. The television coverage, the debates, great. The expositor coverage, great. But if you want to win an election in Brantford, probably anywhere in the world, knock doors.
The other thing it does for you, so when you knock on a door and you actually talk to the person, it leaves an impression with them. And they'll remember that when they're voting. But the other thing it does for you as a candidate, once you're elected, is you know your ward really well. You've been to every street, you've talked to the people in that street, you know what their issues, those concerns are, and that makes you a much better councillor, right? Because you know your ward inside out.
Right. So talking about like the whole, like while we're on the topic of like the campaigning process, what were some real hurdles that you faced through the campaign?
My hair. God, the people in Eagle Place hated my hair. I had a lady pull my hair. She's like, "You're a great person." And she grabbed my hair, pulled me towards her, and she's like, "But I'll never vote for you until you cut your hair." I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the negativity because of my hair. I thought we were so past that. I had comments. Honestly, one of the only hurdles that I faced was my appearance. And it was alarming how, I don't know the words, I don't know what the correct word would be, because it's weird to face that kind of adversity simply because of the way that I grow my hair. But it was very contentious with people. Most people love my hair, so it really kind of caught me back. There were so many reasons why I thought I would get attacked in the campaign. My hair was never one of them, but it was alarming how many, just a certain generation that love it, and then it was, I couldn't believe it. It was one of the only major hurdles that I faced, and I'm very thankful that I didn't put my hair back or cut my hair to win this campaign. I didn't want to win this campaign as anybody else but me. I speak a little bit differently than some of the other maybe candidates or even some of the other councillors on council. I come from a different background than maybe some other candidates and councillors, and I thought I was bringing something unique to the table, and there were a lot of people who wanted me to change who I was. That was some of the pushback. Cut your hair, change the way you dress, change the way you speak. I had somebody tell me, "You don't have to wear a suit all the time." Who are you to dictate what I wear? I wear a suit. That's how I dress.
What's
I
wrong
put
with
on
dressing
a tie.
up looking
I go
professional?
swimming. I take a shower in my suit and tie.
You've seen how I dress. Well,
Yeah.
not lately, but
It's
they don't fit anymore.
and those were the peculiar things, that people cared more about my hair than they did, like, the infrastructure upgrades that we need.
And on that note, we are going to go to break, but we'll get right back and we'll continue
let Mayor
to
Davis
talk
have a
with
chance.
Mayor Davis and Councillor Wall. We'll be right back.
Experience the Guelph Jazz Festival September 11th to the 15th. Hear adventurous jazz performed by some of the most influential new generation artists of our time. Catch performances by Jen Shu, Thomas Fujiwara, and Erwan Karovic. And don't forget to check out the Friday night street music party in Market Square, featuring Urban Science Brass Band, Maracatu Mar Alberto, and many more. For more information, visit guelphjazzfestival.com.
So you want to tell me a secret? I have a little something to share. Inquisitive minds wonder.
Kelly, can we talk?
I have nothing to say to you, Vicky.
Do I trust her now? Do you?
How long have you been in the business? 2 years. I can tell.
Come on, honey.
I'm not Satan. You can't say something like that.
You call me Captain.
We're not friends. Whatever. What do I have to do? Take a lie detector test? Hold on for the ride.
We good?
And he can lift anything. Anything at all. He's that strong.
Joe Schuster, will you stop it or you'll miss your train? Now help me find number 5.
Strong, but by day he's a mild-mannered reporter. Glasses, a secret identity.
Honestly, you Canadian kids.
He'd be in this cape.
A what?
A cape, wearing these blue tights.
A hero in tights, really. Here it is.
Listen, Lois, this guy is faster than anything, I swear.
If you're not fast, you're gonna miss your train.
That's it. A bullet. He's faster. No, he's faster than a speeding bullet.
Come on, get on it. No one's gonna read a comic strip about a strong man in tights, Joe. It'll never fly.
Fly, no. But he can leap over tall buildings. Oh, wow, yeah.
See what your cousin Frank says in Toronto.
Wait, Lois. I've got something for you. Here, take it. It's a gift. You never know. It might be worth something someday. Is he great or what? Bye-bye, Lois.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Think Millennial. We're back again with Councillor Wall and Mayor Davis. thank you for being on the show. So we're going to pick up right where we left off before the break. So Mayor Davis, tell us a little bit about some of the hurdles that you faced in the campaign.
Yeah, so much different than Councillor Wall. And the reason is because you're trying to reach the entire city. You know, 90,000 plus people, 50,000 homes, so you can't get to every home. But you have to connect with as many people as possible. So the technique for canvassing is different. You usually have a team of 2 or 3. They're working in front of you, and they're pulling people out of their homes to the doorstep, and then I'm talking to them. So I'm not spending time knocking and waiting. So it's a more efficient canvass. And we did actually hit 15,000 homes. So that left about 35,000 homes that I didn't get to. And so how do you reach them? Well, it was a combination of social media and a professional marketing campaign, because I didn't have the advantage the 2 other candidates had, major candidates, and that was name recognition. There might have been 2,000 or 3,000 people that knew me from my law practice, but that I could not win based on 2,000 to 3,000. So to connect with those people and to do it in a way that is professional and efficient and effective meant that you have to raise money, right? Because those things cost money if you're doing it effectively. And so one of the biggest challenges when you're running for mayor, if you're going to run a really good campaign, is raising money. And I know some of my opponents suggested that I bought the election. Well, like, you can't buy an election, that's illegal. Buying an election where you actually pay people money to vote for you. I wouldn't have to raise enough money. I'd have to raise about at least $200,000 to do that. But you can use money effectively in getting your message across, especially when you're a bit of an underdog to begin with, because people don't know you. If you've run before as mayor, you've got a real distinct advantage. People know you, you know your name. I mean, that can be an advantage or disadvantage, but generally it's a big advantage in a municipal campaign to be the incumbent because people know you. And when they go into the ballot, when they go to vote, many times that's what they'll do. They will vote for the person that they know. You know? And so when you're running against an incumbent, it's a big uphill battle. And you have to bring together as many resources as possible. Another part of it was the team that I had, that we each knew what we had to do. We each had different areas of responsibility. And so you would need a really committed team. You can run for ward with a small group of 2, 3, 4, 5 people. If you're running to 12 that are running the campaign, and then you need about 40 to 50 other volunteers. If you're going to do it right, and if you're going to run for mayor, it's a big undertaking, you want to do it right. And it's almost like it's a big project, and you have to approach it on that basis.
Excellent. So obviously, like, campaigns are very stressful few months. What did each of you do as kind of like self-care strategies? And I ask this because, like, we're just coming off Kickback like a week and a half ago, right? So, you know, we're talking like lots of self-care strategy and you know, keeping mentally healthy, right? So, Josh?
Before I decided to run, I said to myself, what are you going to do when you lose? And it wasn't because I didn't have confidence in myself. I mean, I was up against 11 other competitors, and I was the newbie, and I mean, I had, sure, some popularity in the community, but I wasn't sure that I was going to win. So I spent more time, if you don't have a plan, then you plan to fail, right? I just convinced myself that this was good. I was putting my convictions, and I sat down. I mean, I had a really great team who motivated me, who kept me positive, who kept me upbeat, and mostly I was just open. And this was very difficult for me, but every piece of criticism that I received online, I responded to. And I told them, great, thanks for your opinion, thanks for your feedback. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to grow. And I remembered that the most important thing was that I wanted this. I wanted to show my community that I loved it so much that I would do anything I could. And I needed to just remind myself that win, lose, or draw, people would remember that I tried.
So like a positive group of people around you to help support, and then you'd say like just those positive affirmations about your community, like your love for the community helped.
Yeah, and instead of ignoring perceived negativity, engaging with that and using it as an opportunity to grow. And I mean, it hurt. I'm not going to lie. I mean, some of the comments that people were making, I mean, but because I faced it head on and because I knew the risk going into this, I mean, I just talked it out.
Excellent.
I'll let you have a chance.
Yeah, for me, just more specifically, it's you have to be fairly regimented if you're going to run a really good campaign, and yet you have to be disciplined because, like for running for mayor, I'd be practicing law in the morning, and then usually by 12 o'clock, I'd be out knocking on doors until dusk, and so you have to bring balance in there, and by that I mean eating one good meal a day, because you can live on junk food in a political campaign, and that's a big mistake.
Yeah.
2, having a really supportive family. If your spouse and close family members really are not that keen about it, don't do it. Right? Because you really need not only their love and support, but I found that you can get, a campaign can be very intense, and you need someone very close to you to say, stop. Like, for example, social media. At the end of the day, I had to get onto social media. And that could easily be 3-4 hours. And I'd be up till like 1 or 2. And finally, my wife said to me, no, you're not going to last. You have to stop at a certain hour. And she'd come in and say to me, get off the computer. So people around you that can keep you regimented and disciplined. And then also, you know, the good core group of supporters, you can bounce ideas off on them and they support you emotionally at times. And then definitely having 1 day off a week. Because you try and go 7 days a week, and you're going over a 4 to 5 month period, you know, you'll start to fade.
What's your favorite thing to do on your day off then?
Well, the favorite thing to do, depending on the season, but I'm a very physical person, so it would be sporting activities. I like to dry fly, fish. The Grand River is excellent for that. A lot of biking, what I like to do, whether it's mountain biking or road biking. So physical activities were important for me. And then also doing something with my wife and my grandchildren on the day off. You know, whether it be going to a park, going to a pool, spending time with family, and doing, for me, a physical activity that, you know, really got some of the stress out of me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And sleep. The other big thing is sleep.
That's a key
And
part.
that's
There's never
tough,
enough sleep.
because, you know, you can be very worried about the campaign, and you can get obsessed about it, and you're sitting there at night and you're trying to fall asleep, and you end up with like 4 or 5 hours sleep. So you have to develop a way or a technique that allows you to be able to sleep and turn it off at night. And I guess that's the same as any high-stress occupation. You remember I talked about a technique that I use,
Right.
that progressive muscle relaxation. And through the campaign, I'd use it from time to time.
Right.
Just to calm down, get your mind calm. Other people might use meditation, whatever, but you got to somehow be able to turn it off at the end of the day and go to sleep.
Excellent.
Awesome. And we've got about 45 seconds till credits, till we're done, till we're kaput. Until
Thank
next
you for the
week.
clarification.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I just wanted to confirm
Point
that
of
because
order.
we've had a little bit. But I just wanted to thank you both very much for being with us today, and also for all of the work that you do for the community.
Hey, ditto.
Yeah.
You guys are doing amazing things with
Oh,
the Millennial
thanks, Josh.
Networking Group,
Yeah.
with your show, the people you're having on, people like the mayor, you know?
Yeah. I guess the final thing I would say is, for many people,
Sorry, continue.
I'll take it over. For many people, they think politicians can have a bad reputation. We're not all bad people. It's a great opportunity to serve your community. It's a lot of fun, and I really encourage young people, millennials, to take a look at it, even if you're going to do it part-time, and dip
And
your
on
toe
that,
in a campaign.
thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st. Thursday. Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
Looking for the best way to get the Major League Baseball games you want to watch? Rogers Super Sports Pack has you covered. With MLB Extra Innings, you'll have a premium ticket to over 2,000 out-of-market regular season games, with all games available in HD. Don't miss the action from the games you want from both the American and National Leagues. MLB Extra Innings, part of the Super Sports Pack. For only $35.95 a month, Rogers customers get all this for one all-inclusive price. Order using your remote starting on channel 431 or visit Rogers.com today.
This is Rogers TV.
Human trafficking is a global epidemic, yet a vastly underreported crime. It happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It hides in plain sight, and it's happening near you. Award-winning journalist and author Victor Malarick has spent years investigating the world of human trafficking.
I've always been interested in social justice issues and the abuse of children, the abuse of women, the abuse of the elderly. When I heard about this issue, I didn't know how bad it was out there. And once I started investigating, I realized that this was a human rights crisis. And when I hear things like that and I saw many, many victims, I decided that I'm going to go out there swinging. So it's something that I've been doing now from about 2001 and going out and ringing alarm bells because this is what I said earlier, a human rights crisis.
Malarick is the author of the internationally acclaimed book, The Natashas, Inside the Global Sex Trade. It details the tragic lives of women and girls trafficked into the worldwide flesh market. His follow-up book, The Johns, Sex for Sale and the Men Who Buy, takes a hard-hitting look at money-driven society and the callousness of Johns.
Most Canadians and most people don't know what's going on. I've walked in cities and towns and villages and could actually identify women who are being trafficked or kids who have been trafficked and see who the pimps are, where they're standing, or where the control mechanisms were to keep these women entrapped in prostitution. So it takes somebody who, I've been an investigative journalist for 47 years, so I see things, and I also grew up on the streets, so I see things that most people don't see. It's an ability to identify and then see what can I do about it, or go after various people and say, hey, what's going on here and why is it going on?
The United Nations International Labour Organization says over 21 million people are victims of human trafficking globally. It's estimated over 5 million of them are forced into the sex trade. Here at home, according to the province, Ontario is a major centre for human trafficking in Canada, with about 2/3 of reported cases arising in Ontario. The 401 corridor plays a key role in how victims are moved from community to community.
You know, people keep thinking trafficking is over there. Trafficking is in every town and every city in Canada. We have girls and young women who are being trafficked from New Brunswick into Quebec, Quebec into Ontario, Ontario and Quebec into Vancouver. But we also have them being trafficked into the United States, into New York, into Detroit, into Las Vegas. And we have all kinds of foreign women being trafficked into Canada, into the massage parlors and into the strip clubs. So we're not immune to it here. It is a serious issue in Canada as well as in the United States and everywhere else in the world.
Human trafficking is big business. A report from the International Labour Organization says it earns profits of roughly $150 billion a year for traffickers.
Because the John is responsible for all of this suffering. If it wasn't for men going out at night looking for paid sex, looking for a woman to rent her body or to abuse her body, none of this would be going on. This is the demand side of everything. The woman is the supply side, but if you had no demand, no MAN involved in this, you would not have a problem. Men are at the core of this whole issue. They are the ones who go out. They are the ones who have a choice. These women do not have a choice. The men have a choice to say, no, I'm not going to do this. The women have no choice to say, no, I'm not going to do this, because their pimp or the criminal element that is controlling them, or the brothel owners who are controlling them, will no doubt beat them or do whatever they do to get them to toe the line.
The global statistics are overwhelming. Malarick has this advice for anyone wondering what they can do.
But for me, it's if you see something, say something. If you don't, call the police. But the other thing too is so many of these girls and women need to be rescued and need to know that there is some place for them to go. So you can reach out as an individual and help in some way. And that's what I do. I not only ring the alarm bells, but I go into places and try to either rescue these girls or make certain that the police and the authorities are aware of what's going on so that they can do something, and then hold them responsible if they do nothing.
The legalization of prostitution in Canada has always been a hot-button topic. Malarick has this to say about the idea.
People who talk about legalization of prostitution try to say it's going to be safer for the women. Really? Wherever they've legalized, like in Germany, for example, and in Holland and in Australia, women have been beaten, women have been raped, women have been robbed, women have been forced, women have been murdered. This is in the so-called safe legalization. This is a smokescreen. Legalization is saying to 96% of women who never wanted this in their lives, never wanted to be prostitutes, that you'll never be able to escape now. How do you tell the difference between what is illegal and what is legal? How do you tell the difference? How do you know if they're forced or not forced? This is a human rights issue, and it's an issue of dignity for women. And you have no dignity when a man knows that with money in his pocket, he can buy a body. And if pimps and brothel owners know that, they will force women into that situation. We have got to look at legalization as nothing but a prison cell and a prison sentence for women who are already trapped in prostitution. There's nothing good about legalization. And when you're looking at the equality of men and women and gender equality, how can you have gender equality when these Neanderthal knuckle draggers, these men who abuse and use prostituted women, know that with money in their pocket that they can do what they want? You have to say, no, we respect the dignity of women and we say no to this. 96% of women don't want this in their lives. So who are we legalizing it for? Literally for centuries, it's always been, oh, prostitution, the oldest profession. No, actually the oldest profession is probably farming and hunting and fishing. But the oldest oppression is what this is. Women have been oppressed for centuries, and they've been oppressed by being raped, by being pillaged and plundered, and all kinds of nasty things done to them. We're now in the 21st century, and what are we talking about? Oppressing them even further with legalization. It's mind-boggling to me that we're even going there. You know, I'm not a puritanical guy. I believe in dignity, the dignity of every human being, woman, child, man, everyone. So how do you have dignity when, by the way, you know, they say, well, we want to call them sex workers. You know what the Johns call them? Whores and prostitutes. They're not going to use the word sex worker because they want something dirty in their life. They don't want something that is clean and cleaned up. So that's what the men are for. And these organizations that are saying, let's go and legalize, they're either morons and fools, or they are going to be these kind of people who will build brothels and make a ton of money off the back of these women. Right now it's exploded. And men are going out more and more to look for younger and younger girls because God knows what they see on the internet and what pushes them out on these international sex tours to poor countries. It has gotten worse. And no matter how many times you talk about it and whatever, the danger has been that when countries legalize, they create a real problem. Germany has 400,000 women involved in the sex trade over there. 400,000, of which well over 85% are not from that country. So that should speak volumes that German women have real jobs that don't require them to take their clothes off. So you import these women. You don't import them, you traffic them in because there is no visa for a sex worker. They don't have these visas, nor do these women want this in their life. You think a woman is sitting there saying, I'm going to really enjoy servicing 10, 15, 25 men a day. And by the way, they give most of their money to the so-called brothel owner who is nothing more than a pimp. Right. And they're living off the avails. You know, there are better things to do for these women if we only would give them an opportunity at life. And you don't give a woman you know, women have said to me, these legalization jackasses, they would say to me, well, it's a choice. It's their choice. There is no choice. The only one who has a choice is the John, is the man who buys the body, because he has the money and he calls the tune and she dances to that tune. And if she doesn't, the pimp will slap the hell out of her or beat the hell out of her. So there's no such thing as choice. I was at a university and speaking to an amphitheater filled with students, first, second year university students in Ottawa. And the first question I asked was, how many people here believe in legalization because it will make it safer for the woman? And I swear about 98% of them went like this. When I finished my talk, I asked the same question. 2 people put up their hands because they hadn't thought it out. You know, they buy into the mantra. of the oldest profession, and legalization makes things safe. Legalization doesn't make things safe. Legalizing drugs not going to make things safe. You just legalized it. You know, because you put out a pharmaceutical drug called OxyContin doesn't make it safe. It's destroyed lives. It's killed hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people. But it doesn't make it safe, but it's legal. You know, we have alcohol. It's legal, but far from safe. How many women and men and children have been beaten to death by drunk people or killed by cars? So because you legalize something doesn't make it safe. So you have to be careful with adding another layer of legal stupidity onto the plate.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Sup, party people? You ready to dance?
Ready to summer it up on Disney Channel?
Woof, woof.
Then you're ready for a ride that's wild.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And roller coasters of the emotional kind.
You seem extremely huggable.
All summer.
So excited about summer.
New shows.
No spoilers, please.
New episodes.
Unexpected twist.
Every weekend.
Soups exciting.
We make it look easy, don't we?
No, we don't.
Summer it up on Disney Channel.
Sorry, it's catchy.
Join Nadia Matos for Crime Stoppers, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV. Grab a coffee and join Natasha McKenty for In Studio.
Love having you here because there's so much to learn.
Right here? Good.
Find out what's happening from cooking.
But I think you want a kick. I would eat guacamole every day of my life.
I'll smell that.
To music.
Well, it's possible with the support from the community.
And everything else in between.
So we've eliminated
we have
a
options.
step.
In Studio on Rogers TV.
Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers and the Waterloo Region Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence Treatment Centre joined forces to raise awareness about human trafficking. One of the most powerful speakers of the day, a survivor.
My primary thing is talking about what invisible chains look like and stopping people from saying, why doesn't she leave? And putting the onus back on him, the perpetrator, why doesn't he stop?
Carolyn Pugh Roberts was at the lowest point in her life when she met the man who would later become her trafficker. She was struggling with the tragic death of her husband and dealing with the loss of her brother and 2 friends. What started out to be a romance suddenly turned into her being trafficked and in and out of motels along the 401 corridor. This went on for 8 years.
It was the lover boy / Romeo pimp scenario, which is the majority of the time what we see. These men are astute and adept at picking up on the vulnerable and are very clever and aware of how to gather her and make her feel loved, wanted, and then put her out. It actually took 2 years to get away because you keep thinking he's following me because he loves me. He's following you because he loves the money. But you have to figure that out, and that can take time, especially when all you want is love. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're human.
She was finally able to get away when a domestic agency gave her shelter.
Prior to 2014, it was not illegal to human traffic in Canada. So that explains the lack of unaware or uneducation amongst officials, service providers, and that stuff of what it looks like, especially in the hospitals, because there's a good example of where you'll find a trafficker.
How did you, quote unquote, get out?
2 years of running, getting found, going back in 2 years. And finally, an agency, a domestic violence shelter, caring enough about me to give me the space and the time to do what I needed to do to get out. But I was lucky, many weren't, and many aren't. The majority of shelters, because of cutbacks, I think you only get like 30 days now. At the end of 30 days, when you have no identification, no education, no clean clothes, where do you go when you're on the front steps of that shelter? Back to the one person you know will take you. And so that's what kept happening. And actually, I got really lucky because, like I said, it's usually 30 days. I got 4 months. And I was there is a God. Because the word trafficked isn't in most people's vocabulary, for someone to self-identify as being trafficked is huge. We have 695 women in London alone that self-identify. That tells you how many that aren't self-identifying that we don't know about. And I think our population is roughly 300,000 in London, so that's 695 that we know about.
She now works with other victims of human trafficking.
The drop-in is for those who have been, are, or at risk of being trafficked. We also have women who come in who are prostituting, and it's a support group. So we do trips because we want to broaden horizons. Our goal is to build transformational relationships. We have partnerships with other agencies that if they choose to exit, we can help them get them work experience, because a lot of these women have never ever done a so-called square job. So you can't get hired if you have no experience whatsoever, even babysitting. So we'll get them experience on a retail floor in a restaurant, or work with another organization that will train them in business admin, hospital cleaning maintenance, all that sort of stuff.
Pugh Roberts also speaks at the John School in London and tells the men there her story.
It's for men who are arrested first offense communicating for the purpose, which actually for the layman means trying to pick up a prostituted woman. They come in, they pay $300 for the privilege of participating. They spend an entire day with us. We bring in the health unit, we show them photographs of what STIs look like. We bring in the Crown, which discusses the ramifications of a second offense. And that often hits home with them because many of them have to cross borders for whatever reason, and they can't if they get a criminal record. You can't even volunteer if you have a criminal record. The police come in and ask them why they're there, and majority of the time they will say, oh, I was picking up a hitchhiker, and the police officer will say, no, actually that's not what happened. I arrested you now. Why were you there? At which point they have to be honest. I speak and talk about how it happened, and how even though I may have been the one that approached them and I told them I loved them and all, it was actually paid rape. Because they don't see that. And without fail, at the end of every John School, I get at least one person coming up to me and saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know. There's collateral damage. They're spending their children's futures in their university funds. They're spending their retirement money. They're potentially bringing home STIs to the children, the wife. There's collateral damage to the neighborhood. Like I was saying, the east of Adelaide, where I live, they did a survey, and the only place those children feel safe at home at night is in their bedrooms, because these men are trolling around. And this is all for sexual gratification. Sex is not a human right. It's not.
Any crime, anytime, you can make a difference. Sign up for Crime Stoppers alerts and stay connected with what's happening in your community. It's as simple as logging on to WaterlooCrimeStoppers.com, click on the Alerts tab, fill out the form, and you will be in the know. Tipsters are eligible for a cash reward if the information leads to an arrest or charges are laid. Remember, if you see something, say something, and remain anonymous. Thursday. Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
Your visit isn't really necessary.
I'll judge for myself.
I know you're an MP, Miss McPhail, but a woman has never...
I am not leaving till I do. How can such a society be called civilized? If those appalling conditions don't change, that prison will explode!
Perhaps our lone lady member is too fragile to know what is normal in a prison.
Is this normal?
Her courage would lead to the overhaul of the entire Canadian penal system. Agnes McPhail, Canada's first woman MP.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
Are you interested in learning TV production? Have you ever wanted your own TV show? There's opportunities waiting for you at Rogers TV. On Sunday, September 1st, visit Rogers TV on location at the Kitchener Rangers Fan Fest and Barbecue from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Drop by our public meeting and find out how you can get involved with Rogers TV. From working on our OHL broadcasts and daily shows to pitching and producing your own show, discover how you can get involved in community TV.
Any crime, anytime, you can make a difference. Sign up for Crime Stoppers alerts and stay connected with what's happening in your community. It's as simple as logging on to WaterlooCrimeStoppers.com, click on the Alerts tab, fill out the form, and you will be in the know. Tipsters are eligible for a cash reward if the information leads to an arrest or charges are laid. Remember, if you see something, say something, and remain anonymous.
Blankets celebrate life, acknowledge a need for support, and are a survival tool. Powerful words written on a Guelph Wellington Women in Crisis website. It Takes a Knitwork is a campaign designed to bring awareness about human trafficking. The blanket combines various stitches, colors, and textures created by a community.
Well, this is it's a creative project that engages the community, both Guelph and Wellington County, and actually the whole country, to come together and to do something to represent support and help for victims of human trafficking.
Community members were invited to create 8-inch by 8-inch knitted or crocheted squares that would be stitched together to create a huge blanket. Organizers were thrilled at the overwhelming response.
The response has been absolutely overwhelming because, I think in the beginning you have an idea and you think, oh, gee, I hope we get 500 squares. But, we were getting squares all the time in the mail, little packages, people leaving them in the mailbox. And I found it very interesting to see the different ways that you can engage a community on the issue of violence against women, but maybe not in the traditional ways that we have done it before. And to me, the creative ideas seem to really speak to people, and it gets them involved and engaged. I think it's been absolutely wonderful.
So this very large blanket is going to travel around a little bit. I think it's going to go to family counseling and support services and second chance employment, and it's going to be at the hospital, Guelph General. And then eventually, once it's lived its life traveling, we'll disassemble it and the women that I support will receive these blankets eventually. This is the second year that the province of Ontario has recognized Human Trafficking Awareness Day. So it's February 22nd each year in Ontario, and it's an opportunity to raise awareness and engage people on this topic.
But it's important that all of our partners in the community know that if you yourself or someone you know is experiencing any kind of violence or abuse, to please reach out to our crisis line. We're here, we're happy to help and provide the support that we can. And as they say, it takes a network, you know, it really does take a community to come together, to work together. We're all a patch of this greater fabric, of this landscape of supporting women and kids in our community, and I'm really proud to be a part of this organization.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
At St. John Ambulance, we're all about community. We teach life-saving skills and provide community support through our volunteer services. All St. John Ambulance product sales and training registrations support these important services. Volunteer, donate, or enroll in a program today so we can continue to have an impact on our community. Visit sja.ca to learn more. At St. John Ambulance, we do more than save lives, we change lives.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. We've got a great show for you today where we're answering all of your frequently asked questions from 2 sexologists. Let's get this sexy show on the road. We have Joanne Flannery with us today. She's a certified clinical sexologist and marriage and family therapist, and we are going to be answering some FAQs today together.
That's right.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, I love being here. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so one question we get asked all the time is, I'm never in the mood for sex. Where do I start? How do you kick that one off, Joe?
Well, that is such a huge question, and so many things come to mind. First things that come to mind are, like, what stressors and responsibilities do you have in your life that are taking up a lot of your time? And that's the first thing, and I think it's just a conversation starter. How do you reduce your stressors, or how do you carve out time to intentionally be sensual, think about sex, not even have sex, not even self-pleasure, but just where is your time to relax and just feel into yourself? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. So I'm going to just keep piggyback on what you're saying. But being aware of your energy levels, like what's going on for you. Are you bogged down by stress? Because if you are consumed by stress, you're not sleeping properly, you're not eating properly, you have a lot of stuff going on, putting on a fancy outfit and locking the door just isn't going to cut it in terms of helping you to engage in the mood. So it really is about figuring out how to create more balance in your life so you can have some downtime to de-stress and get in touch with your sense of self, so then it opens up some opportunities for your desire and want for sex to be present.
Yeah, absolutely. And so something that I'll talk with some of my clients about is to just look, instead of looking for things that are erotic and sexual right away, I mean, some people can go there, but some people need to be introduced back into what is sensual and what is pleasurable. And so those conversations that I have with clients, I'll invite them to, next time they're in the shower, pay attention to the temperature of the water. When you get in, the shower is, for most people, typically it has to be a little cooler, and then as you're in there, you can turn it up, and it can get hotter, and your sensation can change, your skin can handle more. And I like people to shower with the lights off or by candlelight sometimes, so that you have to really pay attention to the way that things feel. So how does your skin feel? How does the soap feel on your skin? And just paying attention to those little pleasures and spending an extra moment there when something feels good, instead of just dismissing it like, oh, I'm in the shower, gotta get ready, have to. Who effing knows? Everyone has something to do, right?
Right.
But dedicate some time to yourself. Dedicate some time to feeling into your body. And from there, I think people incite themselves to, to kind of move to their next step.
Whatever feels good for them, or organic for them at that point in time.
Right. So does it mean introducing a partner? Does it mean moving into self-pleasure? I don't know. Did you want to say something?
I always want to say something, but never over on top of you. I was just going to add to that. So just being the mindfulness thing is key. It's important to practice, and just being mindful about pleasure in general. So morning coffee, can you slow down, be present with that experience? So when you are open to more pleasurable opportunities throughout your day, then if desire were to present itself, you're going to be more in tune with it versus just, there's no opportunity or space for it to present itself, right?
Totally. And I think when we've talked before about building your sexual self-confidence, and so if you are more familiar with yourself, you know what you like sensually, and then also erotically or sexually, you're gonna be better prepared to talk with your partner or your partners about that, and help them learn how to map your body, because you already know your body. And so it's building that sexual self-confidence with yourself first.
Yeah, and reading could be a great resource as well. If you're just
Absolutely.
like, I'm feeling stuck, I don't know where to start, there is a ton of great books out there just to help your erotic intelligence and to give you the information you need where you can learn what steps to take next that work for you, right? Because it's not a one-size-fits-all. It really is about being creative and getting to know yourself intimately and appreciating your own evolution.
100%. Not a one size fits all. It's personal to everyone, and so that's why there's no blanket answer. That's why it's like little exercises that introduce you to yourself again.
Right.
And then where do you want to go from there? And then you kind of taking the steering wheel and having the wherewithal to know what you want or what you want to try.
And I think it starts with taking care of yourself, because if you are a caretaker in your world, or you're just overworked and working shift work or whatever it is, you're spent. And then to try later on sex on top of that, it's just not likely. So if you can carve out time for self-care, relaxation, all those sorts of things.
Exercise.
Exercise is so important to get those endorphins going and your blood flowing, and for you to feel good about yourself, that you're taking care of your health.
Right.
And then if you're still feeling tired, fatigued, reach out to either a sex therapist or your family physician or a naturopathic doctor to get your hormones checked if it is something physiological that could be going on.
Right, absolutely. And I think you touched on something with the taking care of yourself and trying to just feel better in yourself, because I'll talk with my clients about, if they're partnered, about when they feel like moving from just a conversation or from having fun, when they want to move into sex. And oftentimes I find that when people are having fun and feeling engaged with each other and laughing, that's when they feel close. They might want to touch their partner. And so feel encouraged to reach out and touch your partner, flirt with your partner, and then go from there. And there's all different forms of sex, so it doesn't have to be full-on intercourse in the bedroom with like everyone's orgasming, and that's not always realistic.
Brought to you by the Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center. Regarded as one of the finest hotels in Kitchener-Waterloo, the newly renovated Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center is committed to making each guest stay comfortable and relaxing. Check us out online for more information.
Wednesday.
Don't peel your potatoes. That's where all the potassium is.
Food personality Teresa Albert serves up a garden fresh, healthy breakfast. Breakfast at Rosehurst on Rogers TV.
When my legs get stronger, I want to play basketball, volleyball, I want to run. I was sick when I was a little baby. I had meningitis.
Even after they did the amputations, they said that it was likely he would not make it.
To now, you throw him on that bike and off he goes.
My bike helps me get my legs stronger.
Without the ramps, being able to afford his limbs and devices would be difficult.
Thank you for helping me get around.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
We are back with Joanne Flannery to answer some more frequently asked sex questions. Next on our list is, drum roll please, what happens when sex gets boring? What can I do?
It's a great question. Get it all the time. So let's just back up for a second and talk about well, we're considering people who are in relationships when sex gets boring, right? Typically, sex with new people is novel, so there's some excitement there. So when you enter into a new relationship, you have NRE, new relationship energy, and it feels so good, and everyone's feeling happy and intimate, and you're joining, and you want to have sex, and it's exciting and fun and spontaneous. And anywhere from 6 months to 2 years after you're together, that NRE goes away, or it changes into something different. It's a stronger bond. You've shared experiences, you've spent time together, but it's not the same. And so sex can be more difficult to navigate because maybe both partners are no longer feeling that spontaneous desire. And so at that point, people might be feeling more of a responsive desire, which sometimes hides as no desire. And so when someone feels responsive desire, they need to be engaged. They need to be willing to engage in a sex act to see if they will feel desire. And so it means putting yourself in an appropriate context, seeing if you have a willingness to engage in sex, paying attention to your sexual stimuli, is it appropriate, and checking in with yourself the whole time, and then feeling aroused, and then feeling desire. So there are a lot of stages to get through before you feel that desire. Right. So just because you're not feeling desirous doesn't mean it's not there.
Okay.
Was that a big background? That was too much.
No, background is really, I think it's really important to know, because maybe sex isn't necessarily boring, but it's just like the kickoff into it is hard. And especially because people are so used to this spontaneous desire, like, oh yeah, I'm hot and heavy for you. Yeah. And that starts to dissipate after some time together in a long-term monogamous relationship. Yeah. And so tapping into the responsive desire is a good way to spice things up, being aware of that.
Right, and so just to know that there is still desire there. And so then once you're aware of that, right, and so then I think trying to spice things up, or like if sex becomes boring, that's a conversation between the people in the relationship. What are some things that they want to try? What are some things that they used to do that were exciting to them? What kind of ruts have they fallen into? And even just inviting that dialogue into the relationship can be enlightening, because you don't always know what your partner's thinking. We know that people have a private mind. You need to check in with your partner and be honest about what's happening for you, what you want to see happening.
Yeah, and so I think that there's a ton of opportunity for people to try new things within their sex life. But I can see that sometimes people, when they're feeling a little bit stuck, like this is what we've been doing for so long, and feeling very comfortable, but also a little bit bored with mundane, because I know my sexual script. I know after dinner we sit around for 2 hours, and then we go up to bed, and then we have sex together, and it's the same, and they just know what to expect, and so it can feel a little bit boring. Right. So for people to be able to spice it up, it's about creating new adventures together. Communicating is important about what those adventures can look like. Right. And reading can help to open up your mind to different erotic ideas. Right. But it really is about communicating and opening up and then talking about it, because I'm sure if you're feeling completely not satisfied in the relationship, your partner probably feels a bit of that in some sense as well.
Right, or they can tune into that and notice how you're feeling,
Yeah, or if you're withholding.
Right, and so I think you said some interesting things about finding out something that you're interested in, and speaking up for yourself and for your own desires. And so a good way to do that would be to share fantasy with your partner. And so this is a long-term fantasy that I've had, or this is something new that I've thought of that really excites me, and something important to think or to do when you're sharing fantasy is to say, this is something that I just want to fantasize about, or this is something that I want to actually do. And when you share fantasy, it's important to be in a safe space where you understand you're going to be accepting of your partner's fantasy, because it's a natural thing. It's something that excites your partner sexually. No judgment, and the same thing should be in return for you. And then I think you can share fantasy, and if there's anything new that you would want to try. And so some people like to play with power in the bedroom, and so who's in charge and who's listening to their partner, who's obeying their partner. It could be as simple as like holding your partner down, something like that. Obviously everything would be discussed and would be consensual beforehand. But what are some ways that you think that some new things that people could try to introduce?
Yeah, I really like the idea of a fantasy box. It's something that I encourage people to do quite often, with the rules around that. Is this fantasies that we can potentially maybe explore, discuss acting out, or is this just fantasy only? And have your boundaries associated with what you can put in the box. But then I'll encourage partners once a week to put a fantasy in the box. If they're like, I never have any fantasies, and I encourage them to read erotica or start exploring different ways to ignite that creative energy and start to put some fantasies in this box. And then by the end of the month, you have all of these fantasies. And then I encourage people to go on like a cozy romantic date outside of the bedroom, maybe even at a restaurant if they can find like an excluded corner, and then just review and talk about some of these fantasies. And not that even any of them have to be acted out, but it's just you're learning about each other, you're getting excited about the experience, and you can bring that back home into the bedroom.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
Awesome.
Something else that I wanted to add is that when people start talking about sex in new and different ways, or even just starting to talk about sex, people giggle so much. It's such an edge for people. There's so much anxiety there, or at asking for your deepest desires it can be very challenging. And so be patient with each other. You're both going to probably laugh. It doesn't mean it's not sexy. It just means that you need to get the giggles out. You need to get the training wheels off. And so just because this week you're cracking up like you can hardly say, what, boner, I don't know, and then the next week you're like talking about strap-ons dead serious because now you have a whip that you've been using. Like, so just be patient with yourselves, and there are training wheels, and like, that's cool. You know, it's everyone's journey.
And embrace the journey, right?
Right.
And just keep the dialogue open.
Have fun.
Have fun. Okay, we will be right back with more to answer some more of your FAQs. Stick around.
This is why Superman works alone.
How many are there?
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Oh, God, that's good.
Thursday, Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
This is Orange Key Tag. When you use a key tag, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys,
the finder can call the number on the back of the tag
or drop them in any mailbox,
and the Warrants will return your keys to you for free. Order your key tags today at warramps.ca
and make a difference in the lives of amputees like me. Thank you.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Sex Talk with Kelly. I'm Joe, and I decided that I'm the dom now, and Kelly has to answer my questions. So Kelly, the first question that I have from your viewers is when people feel like they really are trying in their relationship, it's not what it used to be, and how can they show each other that they love each other?
I think great question. I think a quick and dirty answer is take the love language quiz. I don't know if a lot of people know about this book, but Dr. Gary Chapman wrote this book called The 5 Love Languages. And so often I hear when I'm working with couples or partners that, well, I am showing them that I love them. Like, I'm doing all this stuff around the house. Like, I wouldn't be doing that if I didn't love them. Or another person saying, I'm telling them how much I love them all the time, and they're just not hearing me. So basically the concept of this book categorizes 5 different love language. So there's quality time, physical touch, words of affirmation, acts of service, and gifts. So if I'm a words of affirmation person and my partner is a physical touch person, I might constantly be like, oh, I love you, you're so sexy, oh my God, you're the hottest person alive, right? And then they might just be touching me all of the time, and then I'm just like, I just don't feel like you love me very much. I'm not feeling very secure in the relationship. And they're like, I'm touching you all the time. You're the one that doesn't touch me. So it's about understanding how each other receives loves, because we love people the way that we want to be loved, and that's natural.
That's right.
And we're trying.
That's right. I hear what you're saying, and I see it with my clients all the time, that they give and give and give, and they're exhausted, and they cannot understand why they're not breaking through to their partner how much they love them. And they're giving in their love language, and so that's the way that they need to receive. And so the love language book offers a common dialogue or a common understanding of what your partner needs. And so, and I think it also offers some relief, like, oh, okay, that's why they are not understanding when I'm telling them how hot they are, because I want to hear how hot I am, obviously. And then if they hear that, they can switch it up too. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, and if you're not a physical, like, touchy feely person, but your partner really feels love and secure in the relationship when they feel like you're touching them, like just put some more intention to how you're loving them. Are you loving them in a way that is going to be received? Am I meeting their needs so they therefore can be mindful in terms of what I need, right?
I love it. And the best way to do that is to ask, right?
Yeah.
So check in. How is this going for you? I know this is something new that we're trying. I really want to get it right.
Yeah.
Because I love you so much.
I love you so much. And so this quiz is online, so you can just go to 5lovelanguage.com. It's like a 40-second quiz, and you can 40-question quiz. You just go, it spits out your love language, it ranks them, and then just have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, your physical touch, I actually thought you were acts of service, so I've been doing all these services for you. It's like, no, actually, just tell me how amazing I am, or give me some encouragement.
Yeah, I love it.
Or vice versa. So it can be real eye-opening.
Can I ask you another question since I have you in the hot seat?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So another question that we get a lot is, how do I fit sex into my busy life or my busy schedule?
Yeah, great question. And it's an important question, right? Because life today, it just gets so busy. There's not enough hours in the day.
Right.
So making it a priority, you need to prioritize it. And
Absolutely.
I'll even link it into, is it okay to plan sex, right? We get that question
Yeah, or
often.
I don't want to plan sex. It doesn't feel spontaneous or natural.
Right.
Right.
And it's not about planning it all of the time or planning, okay, 7 o'clock Tuesday nights, like this is when we're having sex. It's not about that, but it's about making it a priority, just like the gym is a priority and your health and wellness is a priority. Your job, self-care, but making your sex life and intimate life a priority. And if you know you have a busy week coming up and there might be a lull on Saturday morning, maybe get a sitter the Saturday morning so you can spend that time together to engage. And then you can get your head start to be mindful about inviting pleasurable experiences like the shower with the hot coffee.
Right.
Just start being in your body a bit more, so then you can react to the responsive desire in the moment, right? Instead of just thinking spontaneous desire, let's start cooking things up outside of the bedroom, so we can engage it in the bedroom. But prioritizing it, looking at your schedule, knowing your energy levels too. So if you, after a long day, maybe the end of the night, right before bed isn't the best time to make engaging sex. Maybe early in the morning doesn't feel good too. Maybe it's running at home in lunch hours and having a quickie at a lunch hour.
Yeah.
It's about getting creative, but prioritizing it and knowing that it does need to be a priority, just like going to the gym or just like eating healthy.
Right. Making it deliberately, setting aside time or just dedicating time to thinking about it and being mindful of it and making it a priority. I absolutely hear you.
Yeah.
I absolutely hear you. And I think something else is like including, if you are partnered up, like creating a date night and putting yourself in a situation where you're more likely to move into sex, right? And so being an opportunist.
Yeah, and I'll finish off with the date night piece. Is so often people can even have conversations, well, I don't want to be the one to always plan the date night. I'm the one that's always planning it. So maybe if you took a turn planning it, I'll actually want to go on a date night with you. So it can become kind of about conflict. So I think, getting creative with your dates. So if it's once a week we're planning it together. The next week, one partner plans it. The next week, together. The next week, the other partner plans it. And offering a surrender date can feel really nice for one another. And what I mean by that is, okay, I'm planning this date, I'm planning it from start to finish, and I'm just picking you up for the ride. There's something exciting about that too. So I think inviting some novelty, making time for one another can help to really connect on a sexual level.
Yes. Well, this was so fun. I love asking you questions.
It wasn't so hot in this seat, Joe.
It's not the hot seat?
I thought it was going to be harder.
Brought to you by the Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center. Regarded as one of the finest hotels in Kitchener-Waterloo, the newly renovated Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center is committed to making each guest stay comfortable and relaxing. Check us out online for more information.
Your mouth can do a lot of amazing things. And your mouth can save a life.
Hi, I'm Tom Wong. I'm just one of close to 1,000 Canadians in search of a stem cell match. We need your help.
A simple swab is all you need to register on the National Stem Cell Database. You could be the one to save a life. Find the hero in you.
Are you interested in learning TV production? Have you ever wanted your own TV show? There's opportunities waiting for you at Rogers TV. On Sunday, September 1st, visit Rogers TV on location at the Kitchener Rangers Fan Fest and Barbecue from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Drop by our public meeting and find out how you can get involved with Rogers TV. From working on our OHL broadcasts and daily shows to pitching and producing your own show, discover how you can get involved in community TV.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
We are back with Diane Speaker from the Steak Shop. What do you got for us today, Diane?
I brought the Club Vibe 2.0 from Oh My Bod today.
Oh My Bod.
Yeah.
I like the name of that.
They have a lot of fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But this one is panty vibe. So a lot of couples like to get panty vibes to kind of spice things up. You put the panty vibe in your underwear and give your partner the remote, and you can have lots of
So this is the vibrator, is this
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
And then this would slide in here somehow?
Right in there. So it goes into the panty. There's actually a slot in there.
Okay. And does it matter what side?
The little nub should be at the front.
So it should face this way?
Nope, the other way. Flip it around.
I will flip it around.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, it's nice, easy to use.
Yeah, it comes with a remote too, which is wireless, so you can have fun with your partner. The really cool thing about this one though is it's got a beat mode, so you can actually turn on this mode and it'll vibrate to the tone of music, or if you're talking into it, which is really neat.
Once you're talking into it?
Yeah, so if you talk into it like this, it vibrates.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So do a couple vibrations on my hand.
Okay, so you can use the remote.
That is
to do-
intense.
Yeah.
You can hear it too.
A little bit. It's pretty quiet once it's under
Once it's under a
pants
dress
and
or something.
everything too. You won't notice.
That's intense.
But yeah, you can turn it right off. It's a rechargeable panty vibe part. This one takes a simple N battery, but it's a really fun way to just make night out with your partner really fun.
Yeah.
Wear it to supper or something.
Dinner party.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about how far away the remote has to be from here?
This one can be up to 20 feet away.
20 feet away, so that's quite far.
Yeah, so you could even be in another room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you can just remove these and wash the panties, and then this can be washed separately?
Exactly. That part is waterproof, so you can wash it like normal toys would with a toy cleaner, and you're good to go.
That's great. And then it comes with all this stuff.
Storage bag, the panties, rechargeable. Yeah.
Fun toy. Okay, does it come in any other colors? In case someone's wearing a white dress, they might want.
It doesn't come in any other colors. The cool thing though is most panties have like a little pocket anyways, so you can put them in there. But no, it doesn't. It does have another option though, which has like an app with it and stuff.
Oh,
so you
cool.
could get that model, and it's really fun. You
Syncs
can
to your
sync it up
phone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great. Well, thanks so much for sharing with us
Thanks
today.
for having me.
Where can people find you?
I manage the store on Manitou, so 5 Manitou Drive. They can call the store, email, or pop in.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Diane.
Thanks for having me.
The conversation doesn't have to end just because we're out of time. If you wish to dig deeper, please visit sexologyinternational.com, where we're always uploading new information for you to read in the comfort of your own home. Or if you're interested in individual, relationship, or sex therapy, please get in touch by visiting blisscounseling.ca. Thanks for watching, and I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
On August 31st, we return to where it all began. It's the most anticipated night of 2019. Moxley versus Omega. Hangman versus Jericho. Who